My boyfriend and I were in a conversation where we were talking about the one major creepy thing that we remembered in detail to this day. After hearing his story, I was sure that he was going to look at me like I was crazy when I told him mine. His was your average ghost story. Mine was something I wish was a ghost story. It was 2012. I was 16 and working at the Worlds of Fun. It was my day off, so I decided to take my little brother to the Worlds of Fun, as we get to go in there for free since I was an employee. While on the highway, there was this car in front of me driving 10 miles under the speed limit, so I moved a lane over with the goal to pass them. When I was side by side with them, they started matching my speed. This went on for about 10 minutes. My exit was coming up, and every time I would speed up or slow down to get back over, they would match me, not letting me over. Frustrated, I looked over at the driver. At first, I only saw a bald old lady with a floral sheer scarf on her head. But when I looked down at her face, the fear, I still remember to this day. It wasn't your average old lady. I personally feel like it wasn't an old lady at all. Her face was covered in wrinkles. Her eyes were black, narrow slits. Her nose is what you see on an evil witch in Hollywood films. You know, long nose with warts. Her teeth were long and sharp, hugged by her thin lips. I remember the smile she gave me. She constantly looked at me, then back at the road, her hands aggressively shaking on the steering wheel. Each time I looked back at her, her smile got bigger and bigger. Since I was driving, I had to look back at the road, but kept looking back at her, hoping I was just seeing things. I looked at the road horrified, refusing to look back over, and asked my brother if he can look next to us. If he saw it too, then it would confirm that I'm not going crazy. Step on the gas! The second I heard the panic and fear in his voice, I moved the car into 6th gear and cut over another lane and stepped on it. At the time, I wasn't worried if I was going to pass our exit. I needed to get away from her, from that thing. Since then, I would ask my brother if he remembered that event. At first, he would mention every detail he saw of her, everything matching what I saw. He would mention the fear he felt. As the years started passing, he would slowly forget. Present day, he doesn't remember it at all. For me though, the image is burned into my brain. I haven't told this story a lot. I tried looking up different masks that would slightly resemble what I saw. No mask resembling what I saw exists. Even then, I know it wasn't a mask. Being an ex-cosmetologist, I've delved a bit into FX that could pull off what I saw. The smile, every time I looked back at her, it grew bigger and bigger, almost to devour us. I used to work in an industrial area that tends to be secluded and dark at night, with minimal lighting on the roads. I also lived close to this previous job, so I would walk home instead of taking the bus. The bus routes tend to be awkward and have long wait times, so I usually walk. One night in early October, I had been walking through a parking lot to get to my place. However, this parking lot is next to a main road where the incidents occurred. Anyway, as I'm walking through the desolate parking lot, I'm listening to music and enjoying my walk when I get a suspicious feeling that I should look behind me. I look behind and see an individual wearing a hoodie, track pants, and appears to be maybe a woman. This person is pale and seems to be watching me after emerging from the bushes she was hiding in. She picks up the pace from behind me and continues walking horizontal to me. I ran across the main road, and when I looked back, I could see her standing next to a set of trees. She then realizes that I see her watching me and jumps behind a tree to hide. I go into some random apartments to hide from her and wait there for some time. I then left and went to my place. I told my mom about the incident and she said I should have called the police. It doesn't stop there. So now it's early November. I have a weird feeling that someone is in the parking lot that I'm walking through. I was walking through a different parking lot at this time, as the previous parking lot had me freaked out because the lady had been watching me. As I'm walking through this parking lot, the person wearing the hoodie emerges from hiding behind a parked trailer, talking on her phone. I am thoroughly freaked out and decide to pick up my pace and get to the main road as fast as possible without alerting this person that I felt threatened by them. As I'm getting ready to cross the road, this person decides to cross the road as well and watches me as I cross the road. I book it into the random apartment and hide until I assume that she was gone. Now, the last time this happened was mid-November, a week after the second incident. I am walking through the same parking lot that I had saw her the second time. Dumb, I know. This time, she emerges from hiding behind the trailer and starts walking towards me. I decide to just run to the main road. I get across the main road and look back, and she's gone. I assume that she must have been hiding behind the trailer, as there's no way she could have gotten out of the parking lot in that time. I decide to hide in that same apartment building. Now, I have not seen her since it's been snowing, so it would be significantly easier to see her face, and it's too cold to wait in the parking lot. I also no longer work there, so I no longer have to take that route to work. It could have been a man, as they were pretty tall, but I thought I heard her voice when she was talking on the phone. And when I saw her the first time, I thought she might have been a white female with dark hair. I have not gone to the police with this information, but might. I doubt it would do anything, but my mom thinks it might. I go to university 2 hours away by ferry from the mainland where my family lives. Sometimes on weekends I go to visit them, which would require me to take a 23-kilometer bus ride to the ferry terminal. This bus ride was usually very boring and long, so I would try to make the best of it. Where I live, we have double-decker buses, and I would always sit on top and listen to music. One Friday, on the way to my terminal, I was on the top level as usual when a man who looked to be about 40 came up to sit. I made note of his presence, but didn't think much of him other than that. He looked pretty beat up, shaggy hair, stained brown hoodie, a silver chain on his neck, but I try not to judge. It's important to note at the time, I was 18 years old and am a small female. I don't ever want to be hyper aware, judgmental, but I was brought up to always take note of who's around me, particularly men, just for my safety. The man sat multiple rows ahead of me, and in the beginning was initially minding his own business. I was just listening to music and looking out the window, minding mine. It wasn't until partway into the trip that I noticed that he had moved a row closer to me. Weird, but whatever. Maybe his seat was dirty or something. He then proceeded to move closer and closer until he was a seat directly in front of me. It's important to note that the top level of the bus only had him and me in it. Suffice to say, I was getting uncomfortable. Still giving him the benefit of the doubt, I decided to phone a friend and have a conversation just to break up the uncomfortable silence. I text my friend, SOS, which we do when we need the other to call us for whatever reason. He calls me and starts a normal conversation. It was at that point that the man decides that he wanted to start talking to me. I tell my friend to hold on, and I take out my earbud to hear what he's saying. He starts asking me if I know any good places to get a haircut, and I say I don't. I start to put my earbuds back in when he asks, "What's a girl like you taking the bus alone?" It wasn't late yet, but it was getting dark, so maybe he was just concerned about my safety. I told him that I was going to the ferry terminal. Everyone on the bus is, and tried to put my earbuds back in. He continues on, telling me his whole life story, about how he was in the military, how his kids don't talk to him, showed me his dog tags, and told me he rides the bus back and forth every day just to have something to do. He has no intention of taking the ferry though. This is important for later. He's growing increasingly annoyed that I'm not reciprocating the conversation. He tells me it's quite rude to ignore people when they're just trying to have a friendly conversation. At this point, I'm starting to get quite creeped out. I politely informed him that I'm not trying to ignore him, but I'm on the phone with someone and would like to resume my conversation. This irritates him, and he asks who I'm calling, to which I respond, a good friend. He notices the male name on the phone and makes a weird face. He tells me to hang up and then asks to see my phone to find a hair salon where he can get his haircut cheaply, which I obviously refused. I then try to get up and try to move to the bottom level of the bus so that I'm not secluded with this weirdo upstairs alone anymore. My friend on the phone has no clue what's going on. As I collected my stuff and started moving, the guy tries to tell me that it's not my stop yet, but I ignore him. I go down to the front of the lower level and stand near the bus driver until we reach the final stop. The man came downstairs and seated himself close by, but did not try to talk to me further. I thought it was over, but no. I reach the terminal, pay for my ticket, and go into the waiting area. You can't enter the waiting area unless you have proof of a ticket purchase. Well, guess who comes down the escalator? Mr. Dogtags himself. My heart sank. There's a couple people in the waiting area, so I wasn't too afraid about my immediate safety, but I was more worried about having to be trapped on a ferry boat with this guy for 2 hours. He paced up and down the walkway outside the washrooms, repeatedly checking to see if I had moved, briefly ducking into the men's room and coming back out after a couple minutes. He goes up and down the escalators a few times and continued to try to catch my eye, either smiling or just staring. I had enough at this point and started looking for other passengers that I could sit with for security. I see a woman in her mid-40s and my teenage instinct to seek maternal security kicks in. I bring my bag and politely ask the woman if I could sit with her. I quietly explain what's happening and this woman goes into full mama bear. Bless her soul. She told me that she had noticed the man too and got a bad feeling. She has 2 daughters around my age. She insisted that I sit with her on the ferry, just in case. The girl sitting across from us in the seating area overheard and offered her support as well. We boarded the ferry together, and I didn't notice the man as we boarded. I assumed that he had just left the terminal, as he said he never intended to catch the ferry in the first place. As we are sitting on the ferry, my heart drops when I see the man coming towards our seating area. The nice mom assures me that she'll handle it if he dares to approach us, but he notices that I'm not alone anymore, and I guess decides to do a lap instead. We later saw him trying to bother another young girl, but luckily for her, her boyfriend returned from the food line and the guy took off pretty fast. For the rest of the ferry, he was just sort of lurking, checking in to see if I had gotten up or left my group. I did not, even though I had to pee real bad. Not worth it. The girl we were with eventually flags down a ferry worker and informs him of this suspicious person, and Dogtag hightails it to the other side of the vessel. When we reached the other side, the mom insisted on walking me directly to my dad's car in the pickup zone before leaving the terminal herself, and that was the end of it. I wish that woman nothing but wonderful things in her life. She was so kind and protective. I generally don't know how the evening would have played out without her. I don't know what the man's plan was, don't want to know. But being followed on 2 forms of transportation is definitely a new one for me. I'm only 17 and work a second shift at my local movie theater. This will be relevant later. It was Friday night. My weekend had just begun. I was on Xbox Live playing Overwatch and eating some now cold pizza like lots of my friends were. I was kicking considerable ass, more than I usually was at this game, and I was on fire for 3 matches. At around 2 a.m. I decided to step up my game and go into competitive mode. I got into a match at Kings Row and I was playing Pharah on defense. I got a 15-player kill streak, but I noticed 5 of those kills were on the same guy, Bastion. I remember his username. The match goes on for another minute, and then I get an invite to a party. The gamer tag was the same as Bastion. I had just killed for the 6th time. I wasn't in a party since all my friends had called it a night except for me at that point. I decided that whatever he wanted to say could be interesting, so I added him. Now, I usually expect some kids a few years younger than me to be shit talking, but to my surprise, it was a grown man on the other end. More to my surprise, he sounded to be in his 30s rather than close to my age, and he had a thick Spanish accent. Immediately, this guy starts cussing me out. I can't lie when I say I half expected this to happen when I got the party invite. Now, I have the mentality where if you're going to be a jerk to me, I'll return the favor. I replied with the classic, "Oh, you mad, bro?" This guy doesn't acknowledge what I said. Instead of saying fuck my mom, like most people did, this guy just said, "Fuck you, your entire family. I'll make sure to decapitate your mother and make your dad fuck her down the goddamn neck." I sort of was shocked by all this, but it didn't last. Bro, take a fucking chill pill. "No, I want you to." He stopped, and I noticed why. A diva on our team had just killed his Bastion hero again. Now this is where things get scary. It sounded as if he turned into a rabid animal and was trying to suffocate himself on the mic and screaming and howling and spitting all at the same time. It's difficult to describe exactly what the sounds he was making, but that's the closest I can do. Inhumane noises coming from this person, as if he was being gutted and possessed by a demon at the same time. It was a grown man too, which made the entire thing scary compared to me laughing my ass off when a 12-year-old loses it. The match ended. The enemy team didn't even get to the payload moving. The man loses his shit some more because he lost. Then I decide to be an asshole again and not take this clearly crazy shit. "Look, it's not my fault that you suck at the game. You're just being treated like the child you are. Grow the fuck up, man." This guy did not like this. He just hollered, "Fuck you," into his mic for no joke 20 seconds. It started getting all crackly. He was being so loud, he was breaking his mic. He then removed me from his party. I decided, since the match was over, to call it a night, just like my friends had. My overall reaction to what went down was, okay, that was something. I logged out, turned off my Xbox, and went to bed. As soon as my head hit the pillow, I realized how much of a dumbass I was for not recording any of it. My friends would have fucking lost it when they heard that. Then I fell asleep. Saturday went by with nothing, and I thought that was that with the pissed off Spanish guy. On Sunday, I logged onto my Xbox that morning to play more Overwatch. I noticed I had a message from the guy saying, "Good morning. Insert my full name. I know you have to go to insert the movie theater address I work at tomorrow." What the fuck? I said aloud. I decided to pull out my phone and take a picture of my TV screen. I then texted my boss about it and told her that some guy on Xbox somehow found out where I worked. Now, my boss is a bitchy old lady, so she naturally didn't care what happened on Xbox. Even though it concerned my work, she just blew it off and told me I still had to come in the next day. Jurassic World Fallen Kingdom and Incredibles 2 are both out right now, so we were going to be busy. I ended up coming in the next day at 5:30. It was pretty boring and busy like I predicted, up until 8 o'clock when a super short guy came through the door. It was loud and pretty crowded, but this guy fucking hollers my full name. Same thick Spanish accent from Xbox. Oh fuck, it was him. I still to this day don't know where he got my info from or why he decided to come all the way out to where I worked. The theater fell silent, and I walked into the back room where my boss was and told her that the guy from Xbox was inside. She repeated the whole, "I don't care what happens to you on Xbox. Get back to work, we're busy." I repeated to her that the guy was inside the building. I don't know if he wanted to hurt me or not, and that I was gonna call the cops. I ended up actually calling the cops. It wasn't until they arrived and spoke with me privately in the back room that my boss ended up taking me seriously. Spanish guy was still in the lobby, and the cops put him in cuffs and walked him out. This is according to my boss, as I was still in the back room and didn't witness it. I still haven't heard anything from the cops, and I still don't know how he found out my info or why he came all this way to where I work. I still don't know what he planned to do to me. Either way, I'm still a bit shaken up over it. I don't know if he knows my home address or not, and I'm pretty much on guard 24/7. Either way, I own 2 dogs that can scare anyone off, but I'm still pretty terrified of this guy. So, insane pissed off guy from Xbox Live that stalks teenagers and visits them. I hope I never have to meet you again. Update. I contacted my police department and I heard they had taken the guy on Monday, so I have satisfaction of knowing he didn't get away. They're still being stingy with the information and won't even tell me his name because all the security garbage. I'm waiting for the full police report on this. They promised that they would give me one soon. I don't know how long it will be, but I'm just gonna try not to focus on this guy right now. I don't even know how to begin this. I guess I'll start from where I believe is the beginning, but I can assure you that it was the first time I saw him. I will keep the details pretty vague regarding where this happened, as not to dox myself. I know I have pictures of my face on Reddit, but I don't feel comfortable sharing my name or the city I lived in at the time. Let's just say it was a very European city, very central, and cosmopolitan. When I was about 15 years old, I was extremely interested in philosophy books. I didn't feel like I could talk to my friends about the subject without boring them, so when this man approached me on the street with a pamphlet about Plato classes, I was pretty excited. He was about 28 to 30 years old, very tall, skinny, and crazy eyes. I remember I was a smartass and thought that reading 2 of his most well-known books made me interesting. So we started debating. It was nice to have a conversation that lasted about 10 minutes, but it was getting late, so I left it at that. He told me his name, but I honestly can't remember. A couple days later, I found him on the same street at a totally different time. It was always very crowded, so I wasn't especially spooked about it. I was getting out of the subway after classes. Mind you, I took this same route every day until I graduated high school. I didn't live on that street, but that's where I got out of the subway and then waited for a bus that would get me home. I thought it was a pretty cool coincidence that the philosophy guy was at the subway door. This time he didn't have any pamphlets, he just had a lollipop in his hand. And I know it sounds cliche, but it was so eerie to see a 6-foot guy licking his lollipop and staring straight at me. He said hi, and I said hi back. He tried to get the conversation going, but I could feel this weird energy in the air, so I decided to cut the conversation short. I'd see him once or twice a week, and just assumed that he lived there, and happened to be going for a walk at the same time as I was getting home. I honestly believe that this weird guy, twice my age, just happened to find his way to me so many times. That was until I saw him in my neighborhood. I was having a coffee with a friend, and she was telling me that she met a cool guy while playing volleyball on the beach. When the guy, I shit you not, just appeared out of nowhere. He approached my friend, and they talked for a bit. Yes, he was the guy that she was talking about. He seemed mildly surprised that we were friends, but didn't give it much thought, so I didn't either. When he left, I started feeling uneasy, but my friend thought he was cool, so I didn't voice my concerns. There's this thing about teenage girls that makes them think that they're very mature for their age. So we just assumed that he had befriended us separately and then found out that we were friends. At the time, none of us had social media, apart from WhatsApp, so I still can't understand how he managed to insert himself into my friend group. Eventually, my friend left to study abroad, and the subject died. I would see dude now and then on the same street of my commute, but would only speak for a few minutes, and that's it. This went on for about 6 months. Sometimes he would pretend that he didn't know who I was, but would still approach me saying that I looked familiar. Sometimes he would greet me very warmly. Looking back, I guess he was dealing with some kind of mental health issue. Slowly, he was getting bolder. One time, he asked for my number and tried to hug me. I could feel that something was very wrong, but at the same time, I thought I was being the weird one, and that he was just a nice dude. Still, I gave him a fake number. This other time, we went to church on a school trip, and he was waiting outside, talking to my peers. He played it cool, saying that he had seen my face somewhere, but he was not sure. As if I hadn't been seeing him almost every week for a year now. I was very stupid. I never thought about talking to my parents about this. After all, the guy was not violent. He was not mean. In my head, it was just a lonely man who happened to have a strangely similar routine. I started to be scared though. I looked behind my back when I was alone at night. I avoided dark streets. I was kind of paranoid, but still, I ignored my gut feeling and shoved it to the back of my mind. After all, as long as I gave him a few minutes of my day when he called out for me, everything would be fine. When I turned 17, I stopped seeing him. I think this went on for about a year. It was a relief, honestly. I could sense that what happened was bizarre, but I explained it to my friends like it was funny, like it was a joke. Eventually, I started attending college, so my everyday route changed. I stayed in the same city though. One day, I had to go through the same street again. I can't remember why. I just know that I was walking, minding my own business. It was maybe 9 p.m., and then I turned around the corner, and there he was. He saw me, smiled, and said he was lost, and asked for directions. I swear to God, I felt primal fear at that moment. I felt like I was dealing with a truly insane person. We had crossed each other's paths for 2 years straight in this exact same place, and he was acting as if he didn't know me or the intersection. Something about that fucked with my mind for a while. I kept walking. I didn't look at him, didn't utter a single word. And then he lost his shit. For the first time, I saw who he really was. He tried to grab my arm and screamed that I was the biggest bitch ever. He said he hoped my mom died from cancer. He said he would kill me. I know I was not alone as there were still quite a few people outside, but no one said anything. He kept screaming his lungs out, and I just started running. I ran and I cried. That was the last time I ever saw him, 2 years ago. He has long since stopped trying to talk to my friend. No one knows who he is. I can't remember his name to go to the police and file a report. It's like my mind tried to erase him. He was a stellar stalker though, because I only understood that that's what he was years after the fact. I'm grateful I'm safe. For some context, this whole thing started in 2005. I was 14 and ended in 2011 when I was 20. In the summer and fall of 2005, my grandparents had moved into a tiny mobile home park, kind of in between two small towns. At the end of the road that they lived on, a shopping center was still being built at the time, and there was only one Target store. Being as I stay at my grandparents' home quite often, think 3 to 5 times a week, and there was only one store out there, we were there quite frequently. Not specific employees ever stood out to us, nor do I remember ever seeing. Let's call him Alvin. Within a few months, a Save Mart, if you're not from California, it's just your basic grocery store, was added to the shopping center, now making 2 stores out there. And naturally, the Save Mart had cheaper groceries than Target, so we began shopping there instead. This is where Alvin made himself known, whether he intended to or not. I can't tell you how many times I would go down random aisles, and this dude would just show up. At first, he would act like he was just restocking the shelves or cleaning, but eventually he would just stand there and stare at me. He would do this in every aisle we went into. Then, as we would leave, he would refuse to let anyone else bag the groceries for us, and he would still bag our groceries and follow us to our car. even if we refused the help. This went on for months, until just as quickly as he made himself known, he quickly disappeared, or at least we thought. As time went on, things were quiet, and I eventually started seeing Alvin again around the Safe Mart, but he no longer did the weird shit like before. And around 2009-2010, I got into more of the internet and social media scene, and became quite into the site called My Yearbook, and was actually quite popular on there, and would get multiple friend requests a day. So when I got requested from a guy named Alvin, given I never knew the guy's name, no alarm bells went off. I would frequently exchange phone numbers and sometimes meet people from my yearbook, and eventually became texting with Alvin. For over a year we texted, and nothing more, but we were able to have a good flow of conversation and talked about life. I found out he worked at Safe Mart and tried to figure out which one, so that maybe one day when I was running around I could stop off and say hi or something, but he kept refusing, so I let it go. Eventually, New Year's Eve 2010 rolled around, and I was having a party with my best friend and her brothers and a few other friends, and invited Alvin. He tried to say that he worked late and didn't know if he could make it, but I was determined to get him over to the party. I talked him into showing up, and when he did, I instantly regretted it. My best friend and her brothers, let's call them Lee, Randy, and RJ, knew about the guy and how weird he had been. When he showed up and I realized who he was, I did my best to enjoy the party without interacting with him. My friend's brother, who I kinda had a thing with, stayed right next to me, but so did Alvin. And the whole night, no matter how many times my friends tried to interact with him and get him away from me, he wouldn't budge. He wouldn't speak to them or even acknowledge them. He literally stood there and stared at me the whole time. And besides, saying hello when he came in, had not even said another word to me. It came down to midnight. We did this countdown where Randy and I made a big show about kissing, and I was thinking that would throw him off. It didn't. He stared even when that happened. And finally, Lee and RJ came up with a plan to pretend that all of us were going to bed now, and then told him that he needed to leave. Luckily he did, and again, just like before, he seemed to disappear. Around November I had gotten my first job, which afforded me to buy a car. Grandma and I were still shopping at the Safe Mart, but Alvin wasn't bothering us, except for occasionally seeing him around the store, where he would speak to my grandma, but not to me. This particular day though, he hadn't followed us at all, and I thought us leaving would go over without an appearance from him. I was wrong. He came over and began bagging our stuff, even though we said no, and then began not only following us to the car, but began talking to my grandma, and only her, about how I needed to apply at Target because when they first opened, he worked there, and if I put him on my application as a reference, I'd get the job. Of course, I had seen through his manipulation tactic, but my grandma, unfortunately not so much. She kept going on and on about how I should do it, so I explained to her everything that had happened, and not only did that shut her up, but she took my side. Long story short, I applied without his reference and got the job, but had to turn it down because I got a better opportunity. Anyways, he began following me around the store again, and I a few times would say hi, just to let him know that I knew he was there. Eventually, he did ask me to hang out under the guise of it being a group hangout with him and some of his coworkers. It was all a lie. When I showed up, which was my biggest mistake, but I was a bored 20-year-old, and my boyfriend at the time encouraged me to go because he wanted me to make more friends, but it was only him. I sat at the table at the donut shop for around 20 minutes before I made an excuse and left. He asked me to hang out again about a month later, and since he stopped following me around the store and acted semi-normal the last time, I agreed. We met at Starbucks. Around 9:30 they closed, and I walked to my car, thinking, cool, that's that, I can go home now. But nope, he invited me to his house. I said no, but he also said that his mom had homemade cookies and stuff there and wanted to meet me. So I thought fine, I'll get a cookie and leave. Bro, he told his parents and siblings that I was his girlfriend. The whole time I kept correcting them, telling him no, I already had a boyfriend and Alvin was not him. They just kept ignoring it, so I panicked and hid in the bathroom on the phone with my then boyfriend, trying to figure out how to get out of there. My boyfriend said to say that there's an emergency and leave, and come straight to his house. I did just that, and all night Alvin wouldn't stop texting me and tagged me in some random Facebook post about love and relationships. I blocked him on all the socials I had back then and turned off my phone. I went to bed thinking never again. He began not only following me around the store, but if I was out anywhere, he would show up there. Like one day I was getting snacks and an energy drink at a convenience store, and in he came. His excuse, I saw your car outside and wanted to say hi to you. And that wasn't the first or only time he did that. Finally, my boyfriend and my boyfriend's dad threatened him to make him leave me alone, to which he sent me a long text about how me not being with him was a mistake because he was apparently a child's pastor and owned his own house. He also later on in the text he sent admitted to not only having unprotected sex, but having it with underage girls in his youth group. What the fuck? No, just absolutely no. He again disappeared at Save Mart, at least for me. When my grandma and grandpa would go in without me, he would relentlessly hound them about how he had a large bank account and how his parents bought a house for him and that they needed to make me break up with my boyfriend and be with him. When my grandpa exploded on him one day about leaving me alone, he then started in about, well, she has a sister and I can date her. My sister was a minor at the time. At this point is where both my grandparents filed complaints against him to his supervisor, and they learned that this wasn't his first. Multiple female employees had either complained about his sexual harassment or left the job completely because of Alvin. Luckily, this led to him getting fired, and I haven't seen him since. Last I heard through the grapevine is that he knocked up one of those teenage girls in his youth group and married her. So Alvin, I hope we never meet again. My dad was always busy with work, and my school was kind of far away, so my dad bought me a bicycle for school. One day, I was going to school in the morning, and this guy, I think he was in his early 20s, started following me with his bicycle to my school. I didn't pay too much attention to this, as I was a kid, 12 years old, but it started happening regularly. He never talked, but he was always there following me and had this creepy grin on his face. After some time, I saw that he was always around my house. Whenever I would go out, he was there to follow me. I changed my paths, but he always found me. I was so scared all the time, and I never felt safe. One day, he tried to touch me, and that's when I told my dad, and then the police caught him when he was following me again. I'm so glad I've never seen that guy again. So for starters, I'm a white girl who lives in the middle of nowhere in Japan, so I stand out quite a lot. About 2 weeks ago, I decided to go watch a movie and get some shopping done. Because it's very cold where I live and I only had summer clothes. Since the closest theater and mall is about an hour away, I wanted to make the most of my trip and ended up seeing Joker around 9 p.m. after I did some shopping. Everything up until after the movies was fine and I had no problems. However, when I went to see the movie, I took notice of this guy that was sitting directly behind me. I thought, whatever, because he probably just bought the seat behind me because he liked being in the back of the theater. Also, after movies in Japan, it's very common for everyone to stay seated until the end of the credits, but because it was late and I had to drive back home, I didn't want to wait and got up from my seat. As soon as I got up, the dude behind me got up too. We made weird eye contact, and he just seemed a bit off, but I also didn't think too much of it because it was late. After, I walked to the bathroom and the guy was walking slowly behind me and stopped outside of the bathroom and waited, all by himself, and he watched me go in. Okay, now that was weird, I thought. So, because I was a little freaked out by this guy at this point, I decided to stay in the bathroom for a little bit longer to see if he would go away. But nope. As soon as I walked out, this dude was waiting outside watching me. But as soon as I left the bathroom, the credits for the movie just finished, so 2 other women in the theater exited at the same time too. There were only 4 of us in the entire theater. So as a group, we all left and got on the same elevator. Also to note, this dude was wearing a very large trench coat, which added to his creepy factor. He was also just looking at me when we were in this elevator, and as we were leaving through the entrance doors, I started to walk fast, and then I ran straight to my car, which was pretty far away. I just look at the dude and he's just standing in the entrance, watching me run to my car. As I was about to leave, I saw him waiting in his car, and it was turned off. He was just waiting for me, I guess. I decided to wait in my car too, and he didn't move or turn it on for at least 5 minutes. I was freaked out at this point and drove out of the parking lot as fast as I could, but as soon as I turned on my car, he turned on his car. I was too fast for him to catch up though, and I drove back home without him following. So creepy trenchcoat guy who followed me around the theater and parking lot, let's not meet. I'm still shaking as I think of where I could have been right now had I not acted on a vibe today in Hobby Lobby. I was at the store to indulge in the springtime sale. As I was browsing the entire store, I noticed that I kept seeing the same man wandering around. I thought that he was there with his wife until I realized that he was there alone. I also noticed that he had a Bluetooth headset in his ear the entire time. Not necessarily suspicious in of itself, but I really got a bad feeling when he followed me around the small floral section as I weaved through the aisles. He kept looking at random flowers when I would look at him. I even saw him either quietly talking to himself or talking to someone on his Bluetooth, most likely the latter. I circled through the store several times to make sure that he was generally following me, and I waited for him to leave before I went to check out. After a while of not being able to see him around me, I went up to the front and got in line. He crept from around the corner and got in line right behind me, still holding 2 random flowers that he had picked up. The cashier rang up my items when I typed a note on my phone. I told her I had an online coupon and showed her the note that said, "The guy behind me has been following me throughout the store." She said that she had to get her manager to verify the coupon. The manager came up and read the note and said, "With the other sale already applied, we might not be able to apply this coupon, but let's step aside to see what we can do." She took me past the register to get the details while the cashier rung up the man. I told her everything, and I looked back. The guy is telling the cashier that he forgot something that he wanted. He then goes back to the floral section to add another random ass stem to his items. He looks at me talking to the manager and tells the cashier that he needs something else and leaves the register again to get another random item. It was at this point I knew that he was stalling to wait for me. The manager picks up on this too and calls the mill staff member to go out to the parking lot to make sure that the man got into his car and drove away. The guy paid for his 4 random flowers and left the store. The staff member came back in and verified that he had drove away and offered to be in the parking lot until I safely made it into my car and left. I'm so thankful to the staff that immediately jumped into discreet action to ensure my safety. Update. I have a few updates to share. After posting this and getting a lot of people advising me to contact the police, I did. After I told them what happened, they told me that this guy was likely a part of a human trafficking team and was what they call the Scout. The Scout is sent out to find a target and was on the phone coordinating with a team to grab me in the parking lot or follow me home. They said that these type of operations have been targeting craft stores and places like Target where women often go alone. They worked with Hobby Lobby and have the security footage that shows face and license plate. I don't know if they have identified him from this, but they've been great at keeping me updated. I also contacted Hobby Lobby Corporate and gave them the store number and the names of the employees that helped me. They weren't specific, but they said they would make sure the employees got the recognition they deserved. I don't anticipate any further updates, but if I get any, I will post them. I am 12 years old when I get on a bus 3 blocks away from my house to travel to my friend's house. It's summer break and my parents are at work. They trust me and my brother to watch out for ourselves and travel small distances alone. As I get onto the bus, I happily sit in the seat near the middle, excited to be traveling alone, like an adult. I look around and make eye contact with this man sitting in the back corner. He is alone, wearing a big coat despite the warm weather. He looks me blank in the eyes and turns away. 15 minutes pass and it's finally my stop. I just had to get off, cross the street, and walk about 10 minutes up this quiet suburban road to get to my friend's house. I step off the bus and the man with the blank eyes steps out the back. As I walk, I hear his footsteps behind me. I can hear his footsteps getting closer and closer. He remains 2 steps behind me, but I can hear him now. I hear him mumbling, "Little girl," under his breath. I stop. He stops. I look behind me. He stares into my eyes and smiles. My heart is beating faster now. I turn and I feel the air move behind me, like he had stretched his arm out. I speed walk away, thinking. I turn to walk up the driveway, pretending I'm going into my backyard. I get to the back of the house and press myself against the brick, out of sight. I peek around the corner, and the man is standing, staring at the driveway, like he's trying to decide if it's worth following me. I run across multiple backyards until I reach my friend's street. I walk to her house, looking behind me every 2 seconds. I reach her door, but I never feel safe again. This happened earlier this evening, and I'm having a hard time letting it go. I typically have good gut feelings that don't lead me wrong, and I can't stop thinking about this. I was leaving the gym pretty late, and it was already dark outside. There were not many cars, and I'm pulling out to leave. My gym is near some other businesses, but they close way earlier in the evening. So it's pretty dark out, and there's like no people around. I'm needing to make a left turn into some back alleys to be able to make a right turn on a busier road I need to take home. I see a car coming straight, so I decide to wait. When the car is about 100 feet ahead of me, they slow way down but keep coming straight. As the car is driving by me, he is going insanely slow, rolls the window down slightly. It's 20 degrees out and gives me the creepiest smile I've ever seen. Now, I've had several guys smile at me before, hit on me in public, catcall, and even be downright creepy and weird, but I've never seen another person smile like this before. Seriously, it was like his whole face stretched or something. He looked straight up evil. I got a horrible feeling in the pit of my stomach. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up. It sounds crazy, but the first thought that came across my head was, this guy looks like he went driving somewhere deserted, decided to kill the first person he sees, and is thrilled to have seen someone. He just slowly drove by, but didn't say a word. Just had this horribly unreal smile and didn't break eye contact. I took off as soon as I could make my turn. I'm checking my mirrors to see if he's following me, and he made several of the same turns I did, and I pretty much floored it. But he was driving slowly, and was not behind me for long. I called my husband when I got home and got my keys ready to sprint into the front door of my condo building. I'm sure no one followed me, but I couldn't shake the feeling. As soon as I stepped out of my car, I swear I heard footsteps. I live in a condo where people walk their dogs, but I just had this gut feeling and sprinted to the doors and inside until I was with my roommate and the doors were locked. It's late now. I'm laying in bed. Roommate went to bed hours ago. I hear what sounds like the door or something in the living room. I go check. All the doors are locked. My cats and roommate are both asleep, and I'm completely freaked out. The hairs on the back of my neck have been raising, and that very rarely happens to me. Something just doesn't feel right, and I can't shake it. I was about 13 at the time. My school had a special trip to Washington, D.C. for a week, so I honestly was excited to go. I'm having a blast. The final day has come, and the teacher takes us to an underground subway. I can't remember what it's called, and it has so many restaurants in there. I chose the Chinese food because it was so good, and I go sit down with my friend. The place was huge, and there were so many people, to the point where I had to wait 30 minutes to get food. Anyways, I was enjoying the time until I noticed this guy kept staring at me. He was like 60 and had his phone out, and I saw a flash. That got my attention, and I realized that he was taking a picture of us. I told the staff right away, and they assumed that he was taking a picture of the place and nothing more. I was angry because it made us so uncomfortable, and I knew my gut was right. I was thirsty for some Starbucks, so I went to get some. I was not alone, but I noticed the same guy was following us. He was acting weird and kept staring at me. I was trying to be nice, so I smiled at him. Right away, he comes over to me and tells me how beautiful I am. That took me off guard. I told him thanks and went back to the staff. He later came back up to me and asked if I had a boyfriend. Finally, the staff had heard it all and told him to get away or they would call the police. He didn't even give a crap about it and kept asking me random creepy questions. The staff got really mad and showed the phone to warn him that they were about to call the police. He finally realizes that they're not kidding and he walked away, but he was still around us to make sure that we could still see him. The staff decided it was time to go back to the hotel and we left. The man started following us, and one of the staff members walks over to a police officer and told him about the guy. The police went to him and stopped him so we could leave without being worried that he would follow us. After that, the school decided not to allow any students to go to Washington, D.C. anymore. That was the first time I realized about the danger that women have to go through every day. To preface, this was early 2020, so not recent. I'm a female, and at the time I was 20. I was on my way home from my boyfriend's house and stopped at a local coffee shop for a coffee because the bus stopped right in front of it, and it was the middle of the summer, so an iced coffee sounded good. I purchased my coffee, and when I exited the coffee shop, there was a man beside the garbage having a smoke. I had headphones on, but he initiated a conversation anyway, and I was too polite to just ignore him. After a few moments of very awkward small talk, I excused myself to go home, and he literally invited himself to walk home with me, which I tried to decline, but he either didn't hear me or just straight up ignored, as he told me all about his ex-girlfriend and his failed attempts at a relationship. The kicker was when he told me word for word, I believe we were destined to meet outside the coffee shop. And he asked me for my social media, which I declined, and then promptly told him that I was going to have to part ways with him at this point, because I remembered an errand I had to run. A lie, I didn't want him to know where I lived. He said he hopes to meet me again, and I once again declined giving him my number or anything else, and I promptly called my boyfriend to be on the phone with me for the rest of my way home, as I was very uncomfortable. This is nowhere as creepy as other posts I've seen here before, but I figured it was my time to share. In my town, there used to be an abandoned prison. It has since been knocked down. It was in the middle of the woods, and it wasn't the kind of place you would just end up at accidentally. Every once in a while, police would patrol around, but for the most part, there was just barbed wire fences doing their job. Now, this wasn't a high security prison for serial killers or anything, but it held robbers and rapists and the like up until about 8 years prior to the incident. It was unsettling during the daytime, especially as so much of it had been left behind, as if the place was abandoned in a hurry, but it was downright creepy at night. Well, in high school, my friend Nick and I loved exploring. We went all over, including an abandoned mental hospital that was only a couple miles from the jail. Growing up in the area, we knew that there was a small hole under the fence in one area, which was the only way to access the jail. One night, we made our normal trip under the hole and were walking around the area outside the jail. We were moving as quietly as we could because, as I said before, occasionally police would patrol the area. They would just park their cars on the opposite side of the fence from where we entered, so we wouldn't be able to see them if they were there. Eventually, we were pretty sure there were no police, so we began being a little louder and turned our flashlights on. I should mention now that other than the occasional policeman who parks their car on the outside of the fence, we had never seen any other person anywhere near the jail, let alone inside the fenced area. We were hesitant to enter the jail itself, first because how scary it was at night, and second because it's a pain in the ass to get into the jail itself during the daytime, let alone at night. So instead, we would kind of just walk around the outside for a while, as we normally do, scaring ourselves for the fun of it. Anyway, eventually we started to work up the courage to go inside the jail so we could make the long trip to the other side, where we knew the entrance was. We were walking along the side of the jail where the cells were, which had these huge windows. These were so from the outside, when the jail was in use, you could see all the inmates and what they were doing. As we were walking, a light turns on from inside one of the cells that we were only feet away from. We can't really see anything inside, just one beam of a flashlight which points upwards, then turns directly at us. At first, we just froze in terror. As I said before, we had never seen anyone in there before. Who would be sitting inside a cell, totally silent and in the darkness as a couple teenage boys walked by the outside? We couldn't imagine that it was a fellow thrill seeker like us. It was not the kind of place you would sit alone in the dark in. A homeless person? We didn't think that they would have a flashlight, and anyway, we assumed that the cops must look through the inside during the day every once in a while. Could it be a police officer? There's no reason why he would be sitting inside of the building, waiting, while he would have known that we were there for a long time. After a few seconds, we sprinted away as fast as we could. I didn't even turn around to see if we were being followed or anything. We just found the hole under the fence and got out of there. So we wonder to this day, who was sitting inside of the abandoned jail cell in the dark, presumably watching two boys walk around outside, then waiting until we were only feet away to announce his presence by turning on a flashlight. I assume that we'll never know the answer to that question, and I don't really want to know. We never went back at night, and the place is gone now. Back when I was in high school, my friends and I loved exploring creepy places. A few of us had our driver's license, so on weekend nights, we would gather up in a group of 6 to 10 people and go on an adventure. One summer, our favorite place to go was this abandoned movie theater on the west end of town. This place had closed down probably about 3 years before we started visiting it, and in that time, it had become a rundown building. There were no trespassing signs on the front entrance and each of the fire exits around the building, coming from the theater rooms. The glass on the main entrance was all broken and had been boarded up. The front door was busted and didn't latch or lock, so people were able to get inside. We knew that there had been homeless people crashing in there, but we were young and dumb and felt invincible in a group. It was part of what made it scary. We would always wait until between 11 p.m. and 2 a.m. to go to places like this, because we didn't want anyone else to see or hear us and report us to the police. We all explored it together the first 2 times we went in. The screens and seats were all torn up inside each of the maybe 8 rooms. The bathroom mirrors were broken and there was graffiti everywhere. We were fairly sure that there were people hiding in there while we were inside, even if we never saw anyone the first 2 times we went in. There were a couple shopping carts from a nearby Fred Meyer inside with cans and bottles in them, and a few dirty blankets scattered around in different rooms. It looked lived in. After getting to know the layout of the place the first couple trips, we made a game of it on the 3rd and final visit. This time, the 6 of us went in and split up into 3 groups of 2, and with our partner, the 2 of us would enter the front together and spend 5 full minutes inside, while the others waited outside at our chosen exit in the back of the building. The first 2, Beck and Doug, went in the building while we waited outside. About 7 minutes went by, and just when we were starting to worry that we should go inside after them, they made it out the other side through the fire exit. Doug told us that they went to the upstairs office and there was a sleeping bag that hadn't been there the last visit. As soon as they went up there, they saw it. They tried to leave immediately, but they got turned around and tried to leave through the wrong exit, which was sealed shut. They were paranoid that they were being followed out, so they just stood there, watching the way they entered the theater room for a minute, making sure they didn't hear any noises before they finally worked up the nerve to run out to the correct exit in the room across the hallway. Doug and Beck both wanted us to leave, but Jack and I weren't having any of that. We insisted on going in. Brad and Drew, the other group of 2 that were going in last, wanted to come with us, so the 4 of us went inside while Beck and Doug both waited by the exit. The first thing all of us wanted to do when we got inside was to go check the upstairs office. Just as we started making our way up the stairs, we all heard a loud banging sound. It was coming from the back of the theater. We all agreed it had to be Beck and Doug trying to scare us so that we would come out and we could leave. We got upstairs and the pounding stopped. Doug was right, there was a sleeping bag rolled out on the ground with a few paper bags set around it. Brad flashed a light on them and saw a syringe and something that looked like a vibrator. We were all pretty grossed out and had a little laugh about it. We looked around up there and didn't really notice anything else interesting. We started back down the stairs when the pounding started again. We decided we should probably start making our way to the exit. I hoped that we hadn't been caught trespassing by the police. We come through the exit and immediately both Doug and Beck were talking over themselves, telling us about a minute after we entered the theater, a really tall, creepy looking homeless man with greasy hair walked right past them, heading for the entrance. Beck said hello as he passed and the guy stopped. He turned and kind of lunged a few inches towards him before stopping. One side of his face was really wrinkly. Beck thinks that maybe he was a burn victim or something. The guy stared him down for a second and then, without saying anything, turned and walked to the corner where we had just gone inside. They started pounding on the door right after he was out of sight, trying to warn us that there was a scary dude in there with us. We were in there for about 5 minutes with this guy and we never saw him. He had to have heard us and hid somewhere. We started to walk back to our car in the Fred Meyer parking lot, about 100 yards away from the theater. A car pulled into the parking lot and shined their headlights at us before flashing its red and blues. The police officer had us sit down in front of a spotlight in front of his car and asked us what we were doing. We told him that we were gonna head inside the movie theater, but a really scary tall guy walked in and we chickened out. He told us that it's really dangerous to go into places like that, as there had been violence in that building before, and it would be a shame if we got hurt doing something stupid. He let us go, and as we drove off, we saw him shining his light in the front entrance. We took the nice police officer's advice, and never went back into a place like that again. I never did find out what violence he was talking about. It could have just been a tactic to scare us out of coming back. We stuck to graveyards and cemeteries after that. So, creepy dude that lives in a condemned building, I'm glad I never actually met you. But thank you for getting us out of a ticket for trespassing. And thanks to everyone else hiding in that building for not assaulting myself or my friends. So when I was 17 or so, I decided to become a novice urban explorer. I lived in rural Minnesota, so there was no shortage of abandoned places to visit if you knew where to look. Anyways, my boyfriend at the time lived in a tiny community just north of Nowthen, Minnesota, which had a 2-story house that had been abandoned for about 10 years. The story was that a tree fell on the side of the house during a storm, and the guy didn't want to pay for the repairs and just left. I talked to my boyfriend about exploring that place, but since there was a convenience store right across the street, you would need to evade detection, so he pointed out that we would have to go at night. So we set our time to explore it on a Friday the 13th of that year, 2013. The crew we had was me, my boyfriend, and 3 other guys. Anyway, fast forward to the action. It was around 10 p.m. and my boyfriend parked his car on the dirt road about a quarter mile away from the house. We really didn't want to get caught. We hiked in and decided to take a look at the backyard first. It was really overgrown with waist-high prairie grass and generally uneventful until we looked into the back windows of the house. One of them seemed to go into a pantry where there was still some canned food on the shelf. The door to the pantry was open, and from what we could see from there was a full set of living room furniture, couches and all. This kind of leads me to disbelieve the whole "he left because of fallen tree" thing. It seems like this guy who lived there left in a hurry. Our original plan was to go in through the back door, but it was locked with some industrial grade shit. We went around to the front of the house, which had a screened-in porch that was unlocked, and we were able to look in around the porch area. Knee-high stacks of Life magazine were absolutely everywhere, some of them dating back to the 80s. They were weather-worn and chewed through by animals. After fooling around in there for around 10 minutes, we decided to embark inside. Naturally, being a 17-year-old girl in a group of 19-year-old guys, I was elected the one to open the door. But once I put my hand on the doorknob, I heard a noise from the other side of the solid oak door. 4 deliberate, rapid-fire knocks. Everyone booked it the fuck out of there faster than I've ever seen. We ran the entire way back to my boyfriend's car, but it wouldn't start. Everyone was afraid to go outside, and one of my friends kept claiming that they heard footsteps coming towards us. Probably bullshit in hindsight. After a few long minutes, my boyfriend's car finally started, and we punched it back to the house. Once we got back, everyone had their speculations on what the fuck was on the other side of that door. My personal theory that there was a squatter inside that saw us snooping around and wanted to scare us away. I know that dilapidated houses can make weird noises, but the knocks we heard were very deliberate, not something a structural shift or animal could make. To this day, I have not visited that house again, or any other abandoned house in the area. So kids, if something seems like a bad idea, it probably is. And creepy squatter guy, let's not meet again. So this just happened about 2 hours ago, and I'm pretty shaken up. But as soon as I got out, the first thought that crossed my mind was to post my encounter as soon as I got home. So here I am. To give a little background, I'm a film student in college right now, and my buddies and I always try to find new locations to film movies at. I make horror films, so the places we were looking for and exploring are abandoned. And tonight, me and a group of friends, there were 10 of us in total, decided to check out this old abandoned hospital down the street from our school. They had been there before and said it was a great spot for filming and I should check it out. Tonight was that night. So when we get there, I have my Nikon DSLR with a handheld LED light attached to the top of it to scout out the place when we get inside. I didn't film any of the encounter because I usually only film the inside of these places, but I had the camera and the light on to shine the way through. I was leading the way down this narrow path that led to these walls that we had to climb to the roof of this place, where we would access one of the rooms to get inside the building. Because I was carrying my camera and bag, I was trying to look for another way up. So I walk a little further down the narrow path and I start noticing a lot of clothes and random shoes, cardboard boxes laying around the area. There was even an empty sleeping bag. That's when I knew that we probably weren't alone and were likely to run into someone if we made the wrong move, and boy, did we ever. One of my friends was walking behind me down the path and notices this door to my right. It's closed, and my guess was that it was locked and not worth trying. But he already had his hand on the door handle and started tugging. I look over and it barely cracks open, but something is holding it from the inside. I shine my LED light on the inside and I see a shirt tied to the inside of the door handle to another part of the room, acting as a lock. But my friend, being the way he is, tugs again and rips the shirt right off, and the door swings open. Inside, there's someone sleeping on a table or a couch, alongside with a group of terrifying looking people sitting up by a light inside the room. They all stop and stare at us. In the short glimpse that I got, my friend yells, "Oh shit, get the fuck out of here," and slams the door and just bolts past me. I was standing there, a little shaken, almost feeling like I should apologize, but I just follow him instead. My other friends are already on the roof at this point and ask what's going on. We just run for our lives out of the area. I heard the door in the path swing open, but I couldn't look back. From there, me and my friend get to a higher part of the area and away from the entrance leading to the hospital. There is a small gap that you could jump across to get to the roofs of the building that my other friends were on. About 4 of them follow us and jump across, ready to get out of there, but the others stay on the roof and watch us, stuck like statues. I look at them, confused on what they are staring at, and I begin to hear this metal dragging on concrete. I turn around, and there's this crazy looking man, maybe mid-20s, dragging a baseball bat with nails all along the end, walking towards us as he drags his bat along the concrete, acting just like Negan from The Walking Dead. My heart sinks. At this point, I turn off my light, and all that's shining is the moonlight. I kept my hand on my pocket knife, desperately trying to think of anything to do if he starts swinging, but I knew there was no way I would come out alive if he tried anything. Plus, I gotta take care of my camera. So he walks closer to us, and the first thing he says is, "You're gonna want to keep that light off." And everyone is silent. I'm practically shaking. He then starts circling around us and says, "You guys are never gonna come back here, right?" He walks past me and sees a camera and raises his bat saying, "And you're gonna put that fucking camera away." I just barely say, yeah, it's off." He looks over to my friends watching from the roof past the gap. He points to them and says, "Jump," and they stand silent. The guy says again, "Fucking jump across right now. Just run and jump, you'll make it." Keep in mind, this gap doesn't look bad, but the drop is fatal if you don't make the jump. My 4 friends are all staring down at the drop, fearing what could happen. One of them says, "I don't think I can make it." And the Negan guy replies, "Run and jump, or else you're gonna regret it." So my friend steps back, runs, and barely makes a jump. From there, one by one, the 3 others make the jump across, all while this Negan guy is standing right behind us with a bat, dragging it along the concrete. Once we all get across, he says, "You're never coming back here again. You understand?" We awkwardly apologize and run back to our car in the distance. I get in the car and look back at the area, and he's still standing there, watching us with his bat as we sped off. Realistically, we probably could have ganged up on him as a group if anything bad happened, but who knows who else was back there. Sadly, the hospital is a no-go from here on out, but I'm still looking around for some sick locations. What scared me the most about this was how fearless and disturbed this guy looked. He definitely seen some shit and had undoubtedly used that bat before on someone else. He looked like a killer, and it was his calmness that really got to me. Definitely learned a lesson, but regardless, let's not meet again. One sunny day in mid-spring, the three of us were bored and decided to go exploring. We headed down an old canyon road that's pretty popular amongst us locals. Once we parked, we started walking along a relatively flat, old dirt road overgrown by the long green grass. There were a lot of ladybugs. There must have been millions of them, all flying towards us as we were walking along. As we walked along, we noticed an old abandoned house just a little way off the path, surrounded and covered by oak trees. The small, rectangle, dilapidated house had one of those old wood shingled roofs, featuring much of the same for the siding. The house looked like it had been from the 20s or 30s era, with an old outhouse in the back. When we stepped up the 2 or 3 rotten steps into the house, we were greeted by an old sofa and an armchair across from a really cool brick fireplace. In the bedrooms, we found old metal bed frames and mattress springs and such. The kitchen still had its old cabinetry, with the doors hanging off its rusted hinges. We split up to go explore the house and take pictures, and to just generally poke around a little more. All of a sudden, we heard a loud thump that seemed to come from everywhere all at once. We all hurried out of the house at the same time and met up outside. As we gathered outside, we shared the look of, "What the fuck?" We sat outside and smoked a little while, calming down and chatting. It was a beautiful day out, 70s, with chirping birds and chattering insects. As we sat in the overgrown wispy grass amongst the green lupins, we decided that we were idiots and just heard a tree branch hitting the house or something. So we headed back inside to explore more, and I ended up sitting by myself in one of the condemned bedrooms. I decided to smoke and take a minute to chill. I was leaning back against the wall, opposite an old rusted out mattress and frame, with my eyes closed and zoning out, but then all of a sudden there were 3 loud thumps. They hit so hard, I felt it in my back that was against the wall. Dazed, I sat up and didn't know what to do until I heard my 2 friends talking excitedly from the outside. I darted out of the dilapidated front door towards my friends. As I finally got to them, we all just stared at each other with confusion. As I absent-mindedly rubbed the spot on my back that was against the wall, I exclaimed, "What the fuck?" "How the hell should we know?" one of my friends retorted. "Like we said, it's just a fucking tree branch or something." We all sat down feeling defeated by the spooky old house, but yet once again we ended up heading back inside so our friend could finish up taking some pictures. My friend and I hung out in the living room with the old dilapidated brick fireplace. We checked it out to see if maybe we could find an old stash spot behind one of the bricks or something. We were busy with this for a while until we looked up and both realized that it was starting to get dark outside. We looked at each other and were like, "What the fuck happened to our buddy?" So we started calling out for him, going room to room looking for him. We finally found him sitting outside smoking in what once was a flower garden, still sprinkled with daffodils here and there amongst the tall grass. "Dude, didn't you hear us calling for you? You're only like 50 feet away from the house." No, I was actually out here calling you guys." We all just thought it was weird that we didn't hear each other. After smoking some more, we all decided to start walking the 1.5 miles back to my car. Just as we were standing up to gather our stuff and leave, we heard the distorted sounds of one of those old rotary phones ringing. It sounded like it was coming from the house where the living room would be. We all stood there, frozen in place, looking at each other with wide eyes. Naturally, my friend that had been taking the pics was all like, "Shit, I must have left my camera inside the old house." After a couple of minutes of arguing over who was going to go get it, we all just decided to go back in together. When we're back inside again, we realized it's getting pretty dark inside, so we told him to hurry up. I stayed back in the living room while they went off looking. As I was standing there waiting for them, I thought I heard a soft rustling sound coming from the ancient brick fireplace behind me, but when I turned to look, there was nothing there, so I just figured it must have been settling or there was a critter or something. Just as I turned back around to walk towards where my friends were, a freaking brick on the fireplace went smashing into the wall right in front of me. Of course, I screamed top notch and went running outside. I was screaming to my friends to get the hell out of there. When my friends finally came outside, they looked at me confused and asked, "What did you get a spider on you or something?" I relayed to them what happened, but they didn't fully believe me at first. When I was practically crying, trying to convince them, they finally relented. We all agreed that the old house for sure felt really creepy, so we all three quickly began making our way back to the old dirt road and out of there. On our way out, my backpack strap came loose, and as I took it off to set it down to fix it, I happened to glance up and back towards the old house. I saw what looked to be a dim, flickering light that appeared to be a candlelight in the main living room window that was facing us. I excitedly told my friends to look, and they saw it too. In the end, we all just figured that maybe there was a homeless person living there or something. But then again, I know I was completely alone in that living room. There was nowhere for anyone to hide but the fireplace. And what about the distorted sound of that old telephone ringing? This isn't my story. It's actually my boyfriend's mother who went through this. She told me this story after I mentioned some of the ones here, so I thought this would be a good place to share. When she was younger, before she had my boyfriend, who is 26, she lived in an apartment that was above an insurance agency in the downtown area. The building had businesses on both sides of it, with apartments above as well. Across the street was what used to be a hotel, but at the time had been abandoned for years, boarded up, closed up, broken windows, etc. So I guess she used to do chores and just lounge around during the day naked or scantily clothed because in her head she wasn't on the first floor so no one could see her. One day she started randomly getting phone calls from someone she didn't know, telling her how nice she looked that day or something along those lines and creepy. He apparently would call her once in a while saying things like that and then hang up. This was before caller ID, so there was no way to know where this person was calling from or who he was. This went on for a while until one day she got a call from him while her husband was out of the house. "I'm coming to see you. I know you're by yourself. I saw you." This obviously freaked her out, and since no one else was home, she called her uncle who was in town. She hysterically asked him to come over and make sure this guy didn't do anything. At first, he thought she was crazy and didn't want to, but she wouldn't give up, so he caved and came over. About 10 minutes after the uncle got there, there's a knock at the door. The way she described the door was a school door with a large window in it that is easy to break into. Her uncle came out and started threatening the guy and cursing him out. The guy quickly turned around and ran back down the stairs, but as he turned around, she saw 5 inches of the knife handle sticking out of the guy's pocket. It turns out this guy had been one of her close friend's neighbors, and I guess he started stalking her for a while. He would go to the abandoned hotel across the street and watch her, then leave to go somewhere else to make the creepy phone calls. She never did find out how big the knife was, or what he intended to do with it. So near where I live, but far out in the sticks, there's a glorified gravel path in the woods called Roop Hill. It runs maybe 3 miles long and only half a mile of it is paved. On the south end is a pavement, but with a few old but otherwise normal houses dotting it, deceptively average at that point. Then the houses end, the pavement ends, and the gravel roads shoot up a steep hill. It's not taken care of at all. The gravel is piled up in potholes and berms, so unless you're driving a nice off-road vehicle, you'd want to take it easy. So since you would need to drive slowly, you'd have a nice clear view of the homemade signs nailed to the trees with messages like, "No trespassing," and "We're watching you," scrawled in Sharpie on them. At the top of the hill, the road winds lazily for a little under a mile before driving back down the other side of the hill. The gravel is in equally crappy condition on that side. After you reach the bottom of the hill, The road cut straightish for about a mile through cornfields before intersecting with another road. The reason why I'm so familiar with this layout is that I've often taken friends on late night drives to this road to scare the crap out of them. Never an elaborate prank. I just drive slowly and play this creepy music to get them amped up and paranoid. I always make sure to talk about the meth heads and their labs out there too, and how sheriffs try to avoid going there because it is dangerous. I figured it was bullshit, just stories, but I think now there's an element of truth to some of the rumors. I was with my friend Aaron one night, and we decided to go on a late night drive to Roop Hill to freak ourselves out, so we took off, drove down the various country highways and the back roads, and turned onto it. I made sure to play extra creepy music since me and Aaron had made this trip before. It honestly lost its creepy luster on me by then, but I still enjoyed the long drives and scaring my friends. Of course, it mostly went uneventful, and we were almost across the hill, about to descend the other side, when Aaron freaked out. I checked my mirrors to see what he was shitting a fit over and saw truck lights down the road. They seemed to be back where the road first topped the hill. The truck made it under the street light on top of the hill, a really dim orange light. I could see that it was kicking up tons of dirt. It was speeding towards us. I paused the music, and sure enough, with the windows down, I could hear the gravel crunching and flying like the vehicle was speeding. Keep in mind, I had driven this road dozens of times, both during the day and at night, and I had never encountered another vehicle. So having a truck speeding to seemingly catch up to us at midnight on a road with rumored meth heads was pretty jarring. Usually, I didn't relinquish my brakes driving down that hill, but this time, I didn't even touch them. So the next day, I'm hanging out with my other friend, Chris. Chris and I are both lounging around, playing video games, talking about quantum physics, Chris's favorite thing, and Chipotle, my favorite thing. I, of course, told him about Aaron and I getting chased the previous night, and I kinda hammed it up, made it come across a little bit more harrowing than it really was. But now, Chris wanted to go to the road, so we waited until late at night, around 2 in the morning probably, and went to Roop Hill. This time, I wasn't playing any music. I wanted to be alert. It was going quite normally, just like usual, when I slammed on my brakes. I threw the car in park and just said, you see that too, right? I looked at Chris, and he was just as confused as me, and just nodded. My headlights were clearly illuminating a thick metal cable stretched across the road. On the right, it was wrapped around a tree at what I guess was roughly a head height for a standing adult. It was pulled taut across the road, anchored to a fence post at roughly chest height. I had no idea what to make of it or how to react when I heard gravel being thrown by tires. I checked my mirrors, and sure enough, the truck headlights were tearing us down the road from behind us. I started freaking out. My breathing and heart rate were out of control, and I began sweating. Chris just swore under his breath quietly. I threw it in drive, pulled it as far right as I could, and my low seating car slid just under the cable with a loud metal on metal scraping noise. I cringed as I heard it scrape, but I wasn't about to sit there and get deliverance. So again, I flew down the hill, and this is the creepy cherry on the sundae for me personally, because Chris didn't see it. As we left the tree line and entered the cornfields, I glanced to my right past Chris and briefly caught a glimpse of somebody standing about 3 or 4 feet back in the corn. I just felt my stomach scrunch up, and I floored the accelerator. I glanced in my rearview mirror, and I could see a man standing in the road behind us, illuminated by the moon and my taillights. He had a long object slung over his shoulders. I couldn't tell if it was a cane or maybe a rifle, but I didn't want to stay and find out. Before I could even tell Chris about it, we were around the bend and out of sight. I haven't been back to that road since then. Definitely one of my creepiest personal experiences. Update. Finally went back recently, and the creepy sign that says, "We're watching you," with the creepy frowning face is gone. Still some signs that say no jumping, but the threatening atmosphere has passed. Guess I caught the tail end of the meth rain. A few nights ago, this happened to me, and I keep thinking about it. Now, I work in the criminal justice field where I see a lot of crime, and am also naturally a follower of the subreddit, scary movies, and scary stories in general. So I have to disclaim that I do have a hindsighted sense of paranoia sometimes. But my girlfriend and her roommate both agreed that this was weird. I was out walking my girlfriend's roommate's dog as she was working a night shift in her neighborhood, which is a very safe suburb of New York. I walked across the parking lot into this field in the middle of a roundabout. I was screwing around on Reddit since it was near midnight and in the middle of quarantine, so there were no cars out. The dog has a long leash, so she's sniffing around, and then I kind of saw her stop and stare towards the road. I looked up and saw a black SUV stopped at the roundabout. I pulled on my COVID mask that was on my chin, as some people in New York are touchy about it, understandably, just in case they stopped to lecture me. I looked back at my phone and then back up at the SUV that was still there. There was a family, mother, father in the front, and a 12 or so year old daughter in the back. I was a bit startled because they were just blankly staring directly at me. I sort of waved and nodded and started walking the dog a bit around the grass again. They started to slowly move. They came around the roundabout and I looked back and all of them were again staring directly at me. I figured they may talk to me, so I stopped and waited for them to get around the circle. But when they approached, they kept driving very slowly, all still staring directly at me. I gave them another half wave and they drove past me, back around the circle, then again around the circle, literally all of them blankly staring at me, even the little girl in the back seat. I put my arms up in like a shrugging gesture, as if to say, what the fuck? They did this a couple more times, so I started walking to the edge of the circle to engage. Normally something I would not do, but it was a family, so I sort of felt a bit more brave to do so. They sped up a bit and went around the corner and turned off the roundabout. I started to feel even weirder, so I decided to walk back to her apartment building when they entered the roundabout again. I was watching them out of the corner of my eye, and they were still staring. I started picking up the pace, and they turned off the roundabout towards me. And I picked up the pace even more as they followed me. Once I got to the sidewalk, I turned around because I didn't want them to know which door I was walking into. They stopped about 30 feet behind me, and they were staring from the front window. The little girl was in the center seat now, staring too. I once again raised my arms to be like, "Can I help you?" No response at all from them. I kind of stood there, and with no movement, I took out my phone and typed their license plate into the Note app. Then they slowly turned to the other side of the parking lot, all still staring. Until they got to the end of the lot, I rushed into the apartment building, which luckily needed a code to enter. I got up there and told my girlfriend, and then her roommate later that morning. They were both kind of freaked out. I watched them out her window and they pulled back up to where I was standing on the sidewalk and just sat there in their car. I couldn't see them at this point, only the roof of their car. It felt like 10 minutes and then they slowly drove away. I can't stop thinking about their creepy ass blank stare at me. Somehow it made it creepier that it was a normal looking family with a younger daughter. If it was like two younger guys, I could have marked it off as them being bored and screwing with me, but this was just blank, unmoving expressions that made it feel so eerie. I'm a guy. This was probably 9 or 10 years ago. I was in my mid-30s, out of town with some coworkers at an IT conference for the week. It was a nice town, as these things go. At least, the main street was anyways. One night, one of the companies sponsoring the conference had an open bar night at a club. Of course, I drank too much, and after the rest of my coworkers left to go back to the hotel, I stayed and kept drinking. The bar closed, and on my way back, someone else from the conference decided to take it out on himself to make sure I got to the hotel safely. I didn't want to, and quite frankly, I was asked to him about it. We got back to the hotel, and I decided what I really needed was a cigarette. So when the guy left, I went to a different exit to find a store that was open at 2 a.m. to get a pack of smokes. Back then, I used to smoke when I was drinking. Not anymore. I walked up and down the main street trying to find a place that was open, but everything was closed. I ran into a couple that I assumed were locals and asked if they knew of any stores that were open at this hour so I could get some smokes. They said, "Sure, follow us." They started leading me off the main street, and after a couple of blocks, my drunken brain started to realize we were quickly getting into a more dangerous part of town. So I started asking them how far it was. "It's right over here," they kept saying. Then we get to this construction site, and I was really scared. "It's right down here," they said. I looked to where they were pointing, and it was a dark alleyway. I said, "Okay, I'm right behind you," and bolted in the other direction in a full sprint. I rounded a corner, slipped on some gravel and wiped out, tore multiple holes in my jeans. My palms were covered with gravel and bleeding. I hid behind a dumpster for a few minutes, and then I heard them walking back, talking to each other, but I couldn't tell what they were saying. When I couldn't hear them anymore, I ran back to the main street because it was well lit, and my hotel was several blocks down the main street, so that was my lifeline to safety. On my way back, I hear them at the next block or two shouting, "Where did that guy go?" I started hearing additional voices with them, but I couldn't make out what they were saying, but they were unquestionably talking to the original two. I hurried to the hotel and got to my room and quickly passed out, still pretty drunk but sobered a bit from all the adrenaline. I'm quite sure I narrowly avoided getting robbed or worse in that dark alley, and they were looking for me for a while after I ran off. That guy who tried to get me safely back to the hotel deserves some props and an apology for me bugging out on him like that afterwards. Unfortunately, I didn't see him for the rest of the conference, but I probably would have been too embarrassed to say anything to him back then. This happened years ago, but I still think of it often and refer to it as my scariest story. I was 20 and just got in my first car, Ford Mustang convertible. My favorite thing in the world was to drive late at night on abandoned roads. I decided to take my car for a drive, and bear with me when I describe the roads to you because it does have bearing, I promise. I live in the Denver metro area in Colorado at the time, and my favorite roads were mountain roads. This time, however, I wanted to stay in range of cell service. I had been talking to my new beau, so I drove down to Golden to follow Highway 93 along the Front Range up to Broomfield or Boulder. It's usually a pretty good and solitary drive at night, and it was around 1 a.m., so I knew that I'd have the road to myself. All was going well. I had passed the roadwork and cop at the 72nd St. Juncture and decided to get off the road in Broomfield that would take me east, perpendicular to Highway 93, down a looping, hilly street until I reached Indiana Street. Indiana parallels Highway 93 until it ends against a road further south, closer to where my home was. As I'm turning onto Indiana, I see the first cars I've seen since the cop at 72nd and Highway 93. There was a large diesel pickup in front of me and a red hatchback in front of them, also turning south onto Indiana. The hatchback, however, was going frustratingly slow. Indiana Street is a very hilly road. Speed limits are 50 to 55, and there's only 2 lanes, north and south. The truck, deciding after a while of tooling behind this hatchback at 25 miles per hour to cross the double yellow line and go around the hatchback. They sped off into the distance, risking the low visibility of the hills, going back over and disappeared out of sight. The hatchback hadn't changed speed, but I decided to hang out behind them because the night was fine. I was in no rush, and I was scared of crossing the double yellow lines. Death Proof is my favorite car movie, but the images of the head-on collisions never go away from me. I was confused at this point about the motives of the hatchback driver, but it didn't seem too horrible to stay a car length behind them and wait, going 25 miles per hour up the hill still. I checked my phone, only to find it was dead, and as I recently bought this car, I didn't have a charger with me for the cigarette port. This made me even more uneasy when the hatchback slammed on their brakes and came to a complete stop. I couldn't see an animal or anything that warranted it. I was freaked out enough to overcome my fears. I crossed the double yellow line and sped past them, but they sped up too. Thinking it was a mistake, I sped up more, reaching the actual speed limit of 50 to 55. They matched me, and I was swiveling my head, trying to see the other driver's side window and looking out for incoming headlights at each hilltop. I sped up even more, this time reaching 65, and still nothing gives. They're matching my speed and keeping me from getting over in front of them. I slowed down, backing off, but they slowed down too. Finally, scared out of my mind, I punched the gas, bringing me up to 80, and slipped back over the double yellow. They tried to match my speed, but I had been significantly ahead of them for long enough to get over. Although I was scared of scraping my bumpers, they were so close. I didn't know what I expected, but when they started bumping the back of my car with theirs, I was in full freak mode. I knew that 72nd was coming up, that if I took a right on it, I could get back on Highway 93 and the safety of the cop. So I turned my blinker on far before the juncture to let this crazy person know that I intended to get back out of their way for good. They didn't back off. If I slowed down, the pressure against my back bumper merely increased. They were still barreling along at a white knuckle speed of 65 to 70, and we passed 72nd without me being able to turn off on Indiana. The next road coming up was Layden Gulch Road, and to my surprise, they started backing off. I flicked my blinker on without thinking, wanting to get away from them ASAP, but of course they followed me onto the road, continuing to press out of my back bumper until we were going 60 in a 45 with no real street lamps and a lot of curves. I couldn't remember if this road went all the way to 93, but I was praying it did when I started seeing some cones and signs of road work along the side of the road. Suddenly I saw a road closed sign moved off to the left of the road. It had been in the middle earlier that day, and instinctively I slowed down, thinking about cartoon characters flying off the edge of a cliff where a bridge used to be. Luckily, the hatchback slowed down too. We slowed down to a reasonable 35, and I thought that the danger was over when the road ahead turned into gravel, and suddenly I was driving past mounds of dirt and gravel several times bigger than my car. I tried to make a U-turn, but the piles were too close together, and I ended up horizontal, trapped between 3 piles to either side and behind me. Ever since I had gotten in front of it, they've had their brights on, and I couldn't make out the face or license plate. Now, as I drove up the middle of the road perpendicular to me, I was blinded and panicked. I tried to think of what would make them, whoever they were, hesitate to think twice. I settled for looking cocky and almost smirking. I'm a girl, so seeing a girl who should be hella freaked out, looking amused and self-assured, would be weird in this situation. I imagined I had a gun or some kind of secret up my sleeve that they wouldn't want to mess with. There was a really long silence during which I started to wonder if they had a gun or what was going on. Finally, I heard a door quietly shut. The silence, lack of yelling, road rage, and explanations freaked me out that I decided to risk driving my car directly to one of those piles, hoping to go slanted up across the side of the pile around the car. I kept my face locked into a "the fuck you doing here" sort of face, hit the gas, looking at where I presumed they were the whole time. I was still pretty blinded and couldn't see much but bright light or shadows. My car miraculously made it, and I tore it out of the dead-end roadwork zone and back onto Indiana Street. I looked for pursuit but didn't see anyone, and made it home safely without seeing many other cars that night. The next day I went back to the area with my brother and sister, and the road closed sign was back across the middle of the road, no longer at its side. I tried to call the police, but it was problematic because I didn't have a lot of useful info beyond they drove a red hatchback, and also there's a little girl 10 missing at the time, Jessica Ridgway, and all the resources were on the manhunt. They eventually found her body in Linden Gulch, but the teen accused did not own a red hatchback, so I'm at a loss. So this happened in 2012 when I was 15, about to turn 16. I used to sneak out a lot as a teenager and meet up with my friends who lived in the neighborhood nearby, maybe a 15 to 20 minute walk at best. We did this multiple times a week, just bullshitting around. Well, there was this one night I was walking through my neighborhood, which is pretty nice, upper middle class I would guess now. But I remember hearing crying in the distance of what sounded like a baby crying, which honestly startled me. I was thinking about how odd it was to hear in the dead of night, outside, and that loud. But being as freaked out as I was, I remember hiding in a nearby bush next to someone's house and waiting, listening as I heard the sound get closer. I remember looking down the road and seeing a big white van driving slowly down the road without any lights on. I was watching them come to multiple stops as they made their way down the road before parking on the street and turning the sound off. They just sat there for about 5 minutes before I finally got the nerve to jolt, running all the way home and getting caught by my parents. I always found it weird as shit as to why anyone would mimic the sound of a crying baby in the middle of the night like that. This happened to me last night after a night of a lot of drinks. Names are generic because fuck it, why not? I'm a 30-year-old male. My friend John is 30 and our friend Jane is 28. We're drinking at our local friend's bar. It's a small place and not particularly popular, so our friend behind the bar was quick to refill our drinks as we finished them. After last call, we decided to get food for our drunk munchies. There obviously weren't too many options, but we ended up going to a breakfast cafe in the bad part of town. While we were there, everything was fine. We paid and started walking out. On our way out the door, there was this shady looking guy, only wearing an open hoodie, no shirt under, and baggy worn out jeans. He was leading the hallway for the bathrooms by the exit and watched us leave. As we were walking to the side of the building where our Lyft driver was picking us up, we noticed the sketchy looking fellow following about 10 to 15 feet behind us. We picked up our pace and got to the car and locked the door before greeting the driver, quickly said our name so that he knew that we were the riders, and asked him to pull away because we had a bad feeling. As we pulled out of the lot, I turned to watch his sketchball. I noticed that he had put a mask on and was wearing a single glove on his right hand, and I think he might have had a gun or knife. The creep stood behind a bush watching us leave. We called the restaurant to report it. Probably should have phoned the police too, but didn't really know if we were just overreacting. Edit. I called to file a police report earlier today, per some comments here. They took notes and my info, and said that they would reach out if they needed more information. I was leaving the bar tonight around 12:30 a.m., going to the parking lot they share with a few other businesses. I thought I should grab my pepper spray and keys from my purse for some reason, but it wasn't too far from where my friends were standing, and I didn't need my keys to open my car. This might be where it all started. I walked the 15 yards to my car. Again, don't need the keys to my car to open my door, as long as they are on my person. I open the door and look inside, like I've done a million times in this parking lot, and sitting there is a man I immediately did not recognize. Immediately, I freeze and ask, "Hello? Who the hell are you?" Meanwhile, I take in that he's sitting on my passenger seat, going through my glove box, holding my registration. He says, "Are you?" and says a name similar to mine. I try to think how I can get out of there fast because my mind goes to the idea that he could pull a weapon out at any point. I say, "No, but I'll go get her," and I turn around to run back to the bar to tell my friends and the bartender. They check it out 30 seconds later and the guy took off before anyone could see him. I'm female, and at the time I was 16. I was hanging out at my friend's place, Ava, 16, with another girl, Abigail, 14. We decided it would be a great idea to sneak out of the apartment in the middle of the night. For some background, it was a suburban Eastern European neighborhood, so the idea wasn't that bright as you have probably figured. Cut to the chase. At around 1:15 a.m., we first decided to go out. The plan was to keep walking in a straight line until we got to the town's river. Pretty easy, right? As we were walking, to my horror, I see in front of us a tall, middle-aged man shouting a boy's name, which was Andrew, as he was holding a pocket knife. I knew straight off that it was bad news. Terrified, I whispered to my friend very closely, "We need to back off. Can't explain now, just go backwards, slowly." With Ava almost being legally blind, she couldn't see much in the dark and definitely did not see the man, so she starts running backwards like crazy. She steps on a branch and makes the loudest freaking sound one could ever make in this situation. The middle-aged man turns around, looks me straight in the eyes, so I say fuck it and start running too. We get back to the apartment safe and sound. A couple drinks later, my other friend Abigail decides she wants to sneak out too, and me being the rebellious teen I was, I followed her out without a second thought. At this time, it was about 3 a.m. We were hanging out in the park smoking and talking about boys when suddenly, lo and behold, at that park entrance, the middle-aged man. I tell her, "Okay, this is not good. We need to go back now." So we quietly leave the park and, thank God, he didn't start chasing us. Worse, he got into a white van. It was obvious that the van was following us from a distance, but that wasn't the problem, as we were close to Ava's house, right? So I thought until Abigail turns to me and whispers, "Don't let it show, but I think we're lost." And then it hits me, we lost our direction. We start turning down random corners, desperately looking for the place, until we ran into Ava's dad, who had woken up to the horror of 2 missing kids. I think it was obvious that we all got a pretty bad lecture and then were sent off to sleep. Looking back on it, as much as I hated her dad for that, I could say that someone was probably looking out for us up there. I can't stress it enough, don't play with your chances like this. There's a lot of sick people out there, especially in sketchy neighborhoods in the middle of the night. To this day, I wonder what could have happened if we hadn't found the house in time. Stay safe, y'all. I live in a neighborhood next to a busy intersection, and my neighborhood is guarded by a nice tree line that unfortunately removes all the privacy in the fall and winter from the constant traffic. Every other night for the past 2 months, I go out to smoke around 7 to 9 p.m. I'm standing there and smoking a cigarette on my front porch. This small car pulls to the side of the road in the pitch dark and watches me smoke under the porch, and doesn't leave until I go inside. This has happened 3 times already, but I think last night my heart sunk to my testicles because I realized it's the same car, same spot. This time I stared back in the fucking dark under the very dim light, and they drove off. What the fuck? How did they see me so clearly? I'm not sure why this car is fixated on me when I go outside to smoke under the dim porch light, but it's starting to bother me. Around 2015, I was in high school and worked a very late night shift in the city on the weekends. One night, the subway I was on got delayed, and after 30 minutes of sitting in the cars, the conductor told everyone to leave because the trains weren't going to run for that night. Everyone on the train either called a cab or walked a 30-minute walk to the bridge in one of the most dangerous neighborhoods in New York City. I was 16 and alone and extremely exhausted after working on my feet for 10 hours. I tried to call a cab, and they said it would take up to 20 minutes to come and get me, but by the time it comes, I could have already arrived at my destination. So I decided to walk the bridge, and I felt somewhat safe because other people were walking a few feet ahead of me. There were people from the train as well. At first, I didn't know which direction to walk in, as it was dark and there are no signs. I start walking in the opposite direction, and this middle-aged man who spoke in broken English calls for me and motions me to the right direction. I immediately thank him and he walks with me from that point. He begins asking me questions like, "Why are you walking around so late? Do you live with anyone at home? How old are you?" I'm hesitant to answer these questions, and at this point, I'm super creeped out. Luckily, this girl around my age was walking behind me and the guy, and stopped us so she could ask if I knew the guy. I said that I didn't, and the guy immediately took my arm and refused to let me go. She was with her boyfriend, and her boyfriend threatened to fight him if he didn't leave me alone. After the boyfriend threatened him, the guy ran off immediately without hesitation. The couple walked with me until we finally got off the bridge and I arrived in a safe neighborhood. From there, I thanked them so many times and told her that I was grateful for her. I still think about this encounter to this day, and I honestly don't know what would have happened if that girl hadn't been there to save me. I'm so grateful that she did. My family lives at the top of a hill from a high crime area on the outskirts of the city. People who live at the bottom of the hill often come up to our little neighborhood to use the courts and the church and the middle school. Sometimes we see them wandering back down the hill after dark, and sometimes kids cut through our yard to avoid having to walk down the sharp curve that cars sometimes take too fast. We've had accidents and near misses outside, so I don't mind if kids cut through our well-lit yard as long as they keep moving and don't mess with anything. I kept the lights on until it's time for bed, and then I switch over to motion sensors. Recent events led me to install cameras and signs indicating that the property is monitored. Around 3 last night, I was home alone and drifting out to sleep when the security camera behind the house pinged. It detected movement. Usually it's a groundhog or some small rodent. I brought up the camera on my cell phone. The enhanced vision displayed a shape in the bottom of the right corner, leaning or pressing against the side of the house, rocking back and forth. I could also make out steam rising from him, which was a telltale sign of taking a standing piss against my foundation. I could have activated the speaker and scared him off, but I wanted to go back to sleep, so I watched on, making sure he kept moving along. He didn't. He kept close to the wall as he moved along, suggesting he knew that there was a light sensor covering the center of the yard. He stopped at the dining room window, pulled out a small light, and cased the room with it. That was when I chose to turn on the speaker and address him directly. I pressed the microphone icon on the phone and said, "You are being watched." It was loud enough to fill the side of the yard. It didn't seem to bother him, and if the speaker wasn't mounted right outside the bedroom window, I might have thought I muted it. I added, "You are being recorded, guy with a flashlight looking into my house." He turned towards the camera, still hiding his face under his hood, and said, "This right here is your weak spot." He waved the light into my dining room window again to illustrate. "I'ma prove it to you someday if you don't get it fixed." After that, he flashes the light on the camera, blinding it until he hopped the garden fence at the edge of the yard and vanished. I shared the video with the police, who found it amusing, at least the excuse. I got a sense that one of them seemed to recognize his voice. However, they gave me no promises or assurances. Looking at the yard, I tried to figure out why the dining room might be the weak spot. I think I'll take the morning to figure it out. My ex and I lived in a brand new subdivision. It was 2 houses and an unfinished house with vacant lots. One area was far from the house and nearly in the woods. Late one night, maybe 2 or so in the morning, the doorbell rings and rings and rings. Finally, getting annoyed and worrying about a newborn waking up, my ex and I answered the door. There's a couple, a man and a woman, standing there. They said that they broke down and needed some help. They are all the way in the back lot. My ex is not the smartest guy, but he's an auto mechanic, so he decides to go help them. I tell him it seems weird. He doesn't listen, so I do the next best thing and tell him that I'll drive over, leaving the baby in the house. I wait in the truck while he checks it out. They keep insisting he go under the car, under the dashboard, all sorts of weird stuff that would make him prone and easily attacked. My ex keeps telling him that he can't because he's huge. He's nearly 7 foot tall, 350 pounds. He simply doesn't fit. So he comes back to me and says that now it seems weird. He's finding nothing wrong. He gets in the truck and we call 911 and tell him that we're calling a wrecker. We see the two people running off into the woods, so we lock ourselves in the house until the cops show up. The cops check out the scene, find the two people not hiding very well due to the serious amounts of drugs that they're on, and realize the car is stolen. I'm positive they would have branded my ex, giving them a chance to rob the house. So 2 a.m. drug heads, please stay in prison. Let's never meet again. Back in 2015, when I was in my second semester of college as a freshman, I had a habit of pacing around to keep my thoughts coming. I had this habit since childhood, and it often seemed that I couldn't stay focused on anything that required creative thought without it. Considering my intended major required literature and creative writing courses, it was something I found myself doing constantly, especially when I was trying to think up ideas for essays and narrative assignments in class. To be clear, my pacing isn't just walking. It needs to be done along a predictable, short route so I can mentally clock out of reality and focus solely on my thoughts while I run on autopilot. I often put in my headphones to prevent distractions that take me back into reality, because if it happens mid-thought pattern, I'll lose at least half of the ideas that I was exploring. Weird, I know, but I want to clarify this now, because I've had a lot of people ask me why I don't just go for a long walk around the neighborhood instead of me walking around in circles in the backyard like I normally do. It was getting late one evening and I had a lengthy essay due the day after next. I had a good portion of it already done, but I still had a bit to go. My roommate had come back into the dorm, and considering the time, it was perfectly understandable that she wanted to sleep. She generally didn't mind my pacing, but I preferred that I didn't do it when she was trying to rest, also understandable. And with her turning off the lights in the room, it would be a little difficult for me anyway. I still wanted to keep going on this assignment though, so I decided to find somewhere else on campus outside the room to pace in, and figured I'd note down ideas in an app on my phone as needed for later. There was no one in the dorm complex that was suitable, so I started walking around. The university was well known for the large campus, so I figured I'd find a good place eventually. I walked for a bit until I found myself at one of the more historic buildings, which had a nice courtyard in front of it. Part of the courtyard included wide pedestrian paths that met at the center at a nice roundabout with a fountain in the middle. A little further from it was another small roundabout with a grass island in the center. Circular paths like that are ideal for my pacing because I don't have to stop and turn around repeatedly, and I ended up choosing to walk around the one with the grass island so I wouldn't disturb anyone that wanted to hang out by the fountain. Some people are a bit unnerved by my pacing, so I worried it might freak out a stranger who saw me on a late night walk. There was an occasional passerby, but for the most part this place was empty at this time of night. I figured I could just go in circles for a bit without disturbing anyone. I put in my headphones. Yes, both of them. And yes, I'm aware it was a poor decision given the circumstances, but I was exhausted and just wanted to get this brainstorming session over with so I could go to sleep. I started to walk in circles with my music playing as my mind drifted. I don't know how long I was pacing before the encounter, but it wasn't long. As I was rounding once more, I was met by a headlight from a car driving slowly up the path to the roundabout. I was a little confused by this, as I was sure that this path was meant for pedestrian traffic only, but since it was deserted, save for me, I assumed that the driver just needed an easy way to turn around and didn't think it was a big deal since the risk of accidentally hitting someone was next to zero. The vehicle moved past me while I moved closer to the center to keep from being in its way, and kept my eyes on it while I walked. I expected the car to just go around and then back down the path where it came from, since that was the only path on the roundabout that led back to the street. But instead, it came to a stop on the side of the roundabout opposite the street. While initially I started to assume then that they needed to look at their GPS or make a phone call before continuing, there was no denying the uneasy feeling I got about the situation. Instead of continuing my route, which would have taken me right alongside the vehicle, I decided to take one of the paths towards the building and just wait for them to move on. While I walked, I noticed an empty parking lot on the side of the building. The path didn't go there, but it was easy to walk over the grass patch dividing the two areas. I started to pace in the lot for a bit and quickly forgot about returning to the roundabout as I got lost in my thoughts again. I was pulled back into reality by the shine of the semi-distant headlights. It was the same car as before, or at least looked eerily similar. Luckily, I was facing the entrance to the lot as it turned in, and said entrance was a decent distance from me. I started to hear quiet alarm bells in the back of my mind, even though the rational side tried to assume that it must have been a different car and an odd coincidence, and perhaps I was just paranoid. Regardless of my mental attempts to explain it away, I felt it was better to be safe than sorry. I ended up walking around the other side of the building to get back to the little roundabout I was at before. I took a breath and calmed my nerves a little, with some half-hearted reassurance before walking on the roundabout again. This time, I didn't turn my music back on, but I kept my headphones in. They weren't noise cancelling at all, so I could hear decently through them when the music was paused. I wanted to go back to brainstorming, but I felt somewhat anxious and panicky at the thought of it, so I kept pacing like I had been, this time focused and very much more aware of what was going on around me. I thought that maybe once 10 or 15 minutes had gone by without incident, I'd be able to calm down and get the last of this done. Barely 5 minutes passed when I heard the obvious sound of rubber tires coming up the path again. This time when I looked, I was certain that it was the same car and that it had followed me back from the parking lot. I didn't know what the driver wanted. They never honked, rolled down their windows, or anything to try to get my attention. But I realized at this point that as a 19-year-old girl alone at night in a more secluded area of the campus, I've been extremely lucky so far, and that luck wouldn't last forever. This time, I sped walked through the grass. There's a pedestrian-only arch bridge that goes over a busy major street that runs through campus. Most of the dorms like mine are on one side of the bridge, while lecture halls and class buildings are on the other. And while I normally hated the bridge because of how steep it was closer than the nearest street crossing right then and didn't have a wait time to cross it. Also, there's no chance of a vehicle following me up. I felt much more at ease from the top of it, and from there I saw the car drive off, seemingly calling it a night. I walked back to my dorm, and by the time I reached my door, the adrenaline had worn off and I was just exhausted. I went in quietly not to wake up my roommate, laid back into bed without changing into my pajamas, and fell asleep. I never contacted campus police about the matter or anything, because I didn't have any helpful information other than four-door car that could have been black or dark blue for all I know, and it didn't seem like I'd be believed anyway. I never saw that vehicle again or heard anything that was related to it in any way, so over time, it slipped my mind altogether. I still don't know what that driver planned or why they didn't just get out of the car and come after me on foot at that point. Maybe it was the first time they were trying this, and they were nervous about making a scene and getting caught. Maybe it was just some college-age assholes messing with me because they thought it was fun to scare people like that. Whatever it was, I'm glad I didn't have to find out the hard way, and I never paced in public areas after dark on that campus ever again. This happened in summer. I was 17 and lived with my parents in a little village in the south of France. I was hanging out with my friend at a local McDonald's gas station next to the motorway, bumming cigarettes off people. It was around 7 or 8. We were both bored out of our minds and keen to get some weed, but had no one selling in our area. The only way was to go to a town nearby, which was 20 minutes drive and a good 2.5 hours walking. We decided to walk, hitchhike there, and after something like 20 minutes of walking, someone picks us up and drops us off about a 1 hour walk away from the spot we were heading for. Casual guy, nothing unusual. We walk the rest of the way, get our weed, find a place to hang out and light up. After a while, we start walking back, both pretty fucked up. And after another hour walk, we're by a main road hitchhiking again. It's pretty late now, around 1 a.m., and not many cars drive by. After a while, a car that had already driven by 10 minutes before stops. Guy rolls down his window and says that he recognized us from driving past the first time and felt bad that no one picked us up. We tell him where we're headed and he agrees to drop us off even though it's not on his way. Happy that we don't have to walk for the next couple hours, we get in, me in the front seat and my friend in the back seat, and the guy starts driving. I'm quite stoned at this point, so it takes me a while to notice that he's driving in the middle of the road between lanes. I realize that he's probably drunk or on something as he zigzags and occasionally drives on the sidewalk. Luckily, there's no one else on the road. This guy also talks in a weird way, mumbling and mixing up words. After a bit of small talk, he asks us if we have any drugs, weed or such. Trying our best not to look stoned, I tell him we don't smoke or anything. But he insists, telling us he needs to know so we can hide in the glove compartment in case he gets pulled over. I tell him it's the truth. He then tells us that he needs to drop by and tell his family he's going to take us home, that it won't be long. He seems pretty keen on introducing us to them. He takes a turn, and that's us, off to an unknown place in a complete stranger's car in the middle of the night, no one knowing we left or where we went. I start panicking a bit and ask the guy if he could take us straight home. He tells us not to worry and it won't take long. After a moment of silence, he says, "You're scared, aren't you? I'm not up to anything. Don't you worry." I try not to sound worried, laugh and say, "No, I trust him and it's cool." I start checking if the doors are locked or if he has anything to use as a weapon or something. And I think if the doors are locked, the only way we can get out is by beating the shit out of this guy. Where the fuck is he taking us? What does he want? We don't talk until we reach the supposed destination, a small and dark alley a couple of minutes away from the main road. He parks next to some houses, tells us to get out, and unlocks the doors. I take a deep breath and step out. I see a woman carrying a child staring out over the garden wall of one of the houses. The guy yells, "Look, honey, I'm with my friends here. Guys, say hi to my family." I think she saw that he was drunk or something, stared at us suspiciously, and walked back into the house without a word. We get back into the car and he starts driving again. "That's my wife," he mumbles in a drunken way. A few minutes later, we enter the village and he asks us where we live. I tell him it's fine that he can drop us off right here, but he insists. "I want to know where my buddies live." I lie to him and tell him just down the road. We thank him and get out and head home. I often hitchhiked, never that late though, and it always went well. Nothing happened, but it made me realize getting into random people's cars is maybe not the best idea. Also, we could have easily crashed or hurt someone. I've never hitchhiked since. I've told this story to nearly anyone that I've been somewhat close to, but I've never shared it anywhere online. It isn't as bad as most of the other stories I see here, but my mom definitely didn't take it lightly, considering how much I cried and how long I've been refusing to leave my house after it happened. It took place in late May 2018, on my way back home from my old best friend's birthday party. I was 13 at the time, if that matters, or changes anything. Her house is about 7 to 10 minutes away from mine if you're using a bike, and basically next to a huge field at the end of the place. It takes me an even smaller amount of time to reach, considering how fast I always rode, which is a really relevant part of the whole event. I had a lot of fun that day, and stayed after the majority of the other friends left, which was a huge mistake. It was getting dark, so I decided to go back to my house, but I stayed playing outside with the neighbors until she called me, saying that my mom was demanding I go home. I felt really upset about it, but didn't want to make my mother mad or annoy my best friend at the time, so I just unenthusiastically complied. Before I left, we took some pictures and she gave me a flashlight since I forgot to bring the bike light. Now, this is where things gradually start going downhill. We're at her gate, she's handing me the flashlight, we're saying our goodbyes, and the only thing I have on my mind is not getting caught by the cops for having an improper light. That thought was extremely irrational. The moment she closed the gate and went back inside, I got a really sharp feeling in my stomach. A mix of adrenaline rush and getting stabbed, except it doesn't actually hurt. I'm bad at describing things and even worse at distinguishing what they are. But I guess it was quite literally a gut feeling. If not that, it was some sort of a sign at least. I'm a really skeptical person and rarely ever experience such things, and when I do, I struggle with determining if it's just me being paranoid or a real hunch. This was the most vivid thing ever though. Back to the thing. I rode for maybe about 30 seconds to a minute when I got an urge to stop before a short concrete bridge that's part of the road. I got a really big urge to go back and ask my old best friend to go with me, or at least call my uncle to pick me up, which I knew would be too big of a hassle since I had my bike with me. The road I was on at the moment was on the right side of a really long one, which basically leads straight to the street where my house is. So I just kept going and ignored it. This is where the whole event takes place. I think somewhere around 10 p.m. if my memory serves me right. And this place is pretty small, 6K people, so I didn't expect anyone to be on the streets except the cops, and my stupid self thought they would appear out of nowhere. Well, now I really wish there were cops patrolling around that night. I rode over the bridge, streets fully empty, till I saw a group of guys emerge from the road on the right side, a bit further away from me, walking in the same direction, so I don't think they saw me. At that point, I slowed down and was contemplating what to do. I wanted to take another route, but I thought I would get lost and run into them, so I was about to hide behind the trees and bushes, wait for them to go away and continue my way back. I just kept going though. I started riding at my normal speed, but increased it when I saw them a few meters away. As I passed by them, one of them yelled out something along the lines of, "Hey bitch!" I saw two of them speeding up their walk and nearly running while attempting to get in front of me. Then one of them threw a really thick branch, or I don't even know what it was, at my wheel. I was already shaken up at this point, but just kept going and thought that they were drunk and messing around. Till I heard them running. My blood literally froze, and I was filled with dread, something I don't recall experiencing before that. Thoughts were racing through my head, knowing that there would be no one to help me if something happened, since the streets were dead, and then one of them yelling something along the lines of, "It's not worth it." The running stopped, and as terrified as I was, I also got relief knowing that they gave up on whatever they were trying to pull. It didn't prevent the remaining 1 or 2 minutes from feeling like a race with death though. It all happened so quickly, but felt like an eternity. I literally bumped into the gate of my house, locked it, threw my bike on the ground and sprinted aside, blocking the entrance to my house. My grandma greeted me and asked me why I was in such a rush, since she had been watching me from the window, and I just started sobbing and telling her about what just happened. In a really messy order with a lot of missing parts. I'm not sure if she even understood what exactly happened. She did tell me that she saw no guys leaving the street, which means they went back instead of continuing their way. I don't know if they were just drunk and trying to scare me, but I don't want to think of what would have happened if the branch actually got my wheel and made me fall over my bike. But maybe they would have turned back away anyway, so if I had hidden, I would have been in a worse position. I have no clue at this point, but I know it's had a huge impact on my already anxious self and my life during the next 6 months. I quit going to dance classes because they would usually start at 9 p.m. and end at 11. I stopped leaving the house except for school, and any time I walked back alone, I was straight up sprinting to my house, regardless of it being 1 p.m. or 7 p.m. I don't remember the last time I left my house at night without being in a car. A couple years back, I was coming home from a gig in Cambridge, England, and I didn't have enough fuel to get home, so of course I pull into a petrol station. I'm pressing the pump but getting no response from the shop, and I can't see an assistant on the other side of the window. It's 2 a.m. at this point, so the shop isn't open. You have to pay through the hole in the window. Anyway, I'm standing there like a lemon and nothing's happening, so I approach the night window and bang on it. Still nothing. Nobody's there. Just then, I hear a shuffle behind me and a deranged, breathy giggle. As I spun around, there he is, the strangest, most peculiar-looking motherfucker I've ever seen. A wide-eyed, scruffy-hooded man on all fours in a crawl position, head cocked up glaring at me with a menacing, snarling, salvia-laced grin. I backed away slowly, just assessing the situation. Is he just a nutter that escaped from the asylum? Or is he a sinister asshole trying to get a thrill out of scaring people? As I back away, he slowly moves sideways, whilst giggling and wheezing at the same time. Our glares are locked on each other, and I'm preparing to run up and boot him in the chops. Just then, the shop attendant appears from hiding under the counter and puts a sign against the window saying, "Police have been called." This is enough to get the lunatic's attention, and he slowly rises to a hunched standing position and just stares, still smiling, at the window and makeshift sign. This gives me enough time to run and jump into my motor. I get in and lock the doors, but stick around as I wouldn't forgive myself if the shop guy gets hurt or anything. Even though this nutjob is locked out, you never know. The freak didn't move a muscle for what seemed like 3 minutes or so, but then the sirens in the distance snapped him out of it. He lifts his head to shout and swear towards the sky, then runs off into the trees behind the petrol station. At this point, I've had enough and exit for home. The adrenaline lasted hours, but I managed to drive okay, and all was fine. He was just a man in a hoodie acting like a fucking loon, probably high on something, but it was extremely creepy. This happened about 3 years ago when I was 18. At the time, we lived in a kind of strange city with a decently high crime rate. It was more of an industrial town. The only things close by were U-Haul, gas stations, grocery stores, and a bunch of construction, manufacturing type businesses or abandoned buildings. My partner worked at the 7-Eleven just a half mile up the road or so. I drove him to work and picked him up since he worked the night shift, and I didn't feel comfortable letting him walk to and from. It was around midnight or so, one of his work nights. He asked me to come visit since they weren't extremely busy. This is something I do semi-frequently. The side of the building where I was parked was a blind spot as far as surveillance goes, but I parked over here to free up parking in front of the building since I anticipated staying a while. There weren't a ton of vehicles, only a few scattered around the parking lot, including a white, fairly new-looking pickup truck near where I parked. An older man, probably in his late 30s, early 40s, was standing near the truck, and I had to walk past him to get to the building. When I went by, he stopped me, standing partially in the walkway. At first, I wasn't super uncomfortable, just moderately annoyed since I didn't enjoy talking to strangers. He starts telling me how his truck wasn't working and he couldn't get it to start. I didn't really question it and dismissed him by saying that I knew nothing about cars, so there's nothing I could do to help him. He was pretty persistent after this, asking me to come look and telling me about how it just wouldn't work, how he needed my help and whatnot. By this point, I'm pretty weirded out since I said at least 2 or 3 times that I knew nothing about cars, so I didn't see how I would be helpful in any way. He also asked me what I was doing out so late, etc. I told him that my boyfriend worked there and I was coming to visit. He looked noticeably uncomfortable at that. I took my chance and quickly walked into the gas station and got my partner to come out. Without any hesitation, the guy jumped in his truck and immediately sped off, like suspiciously fast. All in all, it was just super weird, and I don't know what would have happened if I had gotten any closer to the vehicle, since it was clearly working just fine. Nothing ever came of it, and I didn't get his license plate number since I would have either had to go around to the back of the truck, which was dangerous and he would have noticed, or I would have had to get it as he was pulling off, but he reversed and just sped down the dark road, so there's no way I could see it. So to preface the story, I live in a small village where we all know each other. This takes place around 10 p.m. at a gas station that's in the corner of my village. I was on my way to a friend's house with my sister and her boyfriend. They were both 3 or 4 years older than me, so they were driving me to my friend's house. We stopped at a gas station and I walked in to get a drink while they stayed in the car. As I'm walking in, a middle-aged man yells from across the parking lot, "Hey, how are you?" Again, it's a small town, so I think he's being friendly, so I answer, "I'm good, how are you?" He says, "Fat and greasy, loving the life." I immediately get a strange vibe, but laugh it off. Right before I reach the door of the building, he goes, No, I'll get the door for you." I was in front of him, so naturally, I got the door for myself. He said, "What's a little girl like you doing opening doors for herself? There's a lot of germs." Then he smiles and winks at me. I laughed it off because I think he's being friendly and I'm just overreacting due to my horrible social skills. I go to get a drink and wait in line for the cash register. The computers were having some issues, so I was there for quite a while. It's finally my turn, so I walk up, set my drink on the counter. The cashier asks how I am, and I say good. The man walks beside me and leans on the counter and says, "This little girl called me fat and greasy in the parking lot." I was super weirded out by now. I nervously laugh and say, "No, I didn't." I get my drink and pay, and I start to walk out, and as I head towards the door, so does he. I stop walking and pretend I need something else, and he stops too. I start towards the door again, and there he goes, following me. I had a gut feeling that he had bad intentions, so I called my sister's boyfriend to come in and walk me out to the car. While many might say that this guy was just being friendly, I was completely unable to shake the fight or flight feeling that I had, especially as a young teenager in a gas station at night, wearing a crop top. If anyone possibly has an explanation of why he was following me like that or anything, please let me know. It still scares me to this day. Context: I was 26 and I'm a lady. I needed gas and it was around 11 p.m. on a Saturday. I pulled into a busy gas station to fill up my tank, except it was completely bare, not a car in sight. I also live in Alaska and it was very cold this night, maybe -10. Tired from work, just wanted to get home. Usually I start my pump and sit in the car due to the freezing cold, but this time I got a weird feeling that I needed to stand next to the pump, so I did. I had just started pumping my gas when a little golden sedan pulled up right next to me. A guy got out, and I was feeling hypervigilant for some reason. He started cleaning his completely clean windows, and as he put back the squeegee, he started towards me. I felt like I wanted to run, but stayed calm and continued pumping. He asked me if I would help him put windshield wiper fluid in his car because he ran out, and he doesn't know how to lift the hood. I laughed it off and told him I didn't know either, which was a lie. He kept getting closer and closer to me while trying to lure me to his car by saying something was under the seat and he can't reach it because he's too big. Now I'm 5'2" and petite. This man was large and scruffy. Think Alaskan wilderness dude. At this point I'm freaking out and I hit the call button on the pump. He took a step back and started back to his car. I thought I was being smart. my gas is almost done, and noticed that the insides of the doors had no handles except the driver's door. That freaked me out. I was putting the pump back and was opening my door, and he was right behind me. He slammed my door shut and yelled, "You're coming with me." Obviously, I refused and I was petrified. He grabbed my arm and slammed it against the car. I elbowed him as hard as I could, and as I started to scream on the top of my lungs. Thank God for the gas station attendant and his big ass gun that night, because if not for him, I don't know what would have happened. The attendant pulled a video and made a police report. I called immediately after the guy took off. I never heard anything else about it. I just hope he didn't get some other girl alone. So to the guy with no door handles, let's not meet. About 5 or 6 years ago, I was working at a gas station, and I ran into a girl I recognized from high school. She was with her boyfriend, who was a regular in the store. I distinctly remember him because he wore these really cool looking horn-rimmed glasses. We get to talking, and I asked him if he wanted to get together and smoke a bit. He agreed and said that he would wait for me after he dropped his girlfriend off. So end of shift comes, around 11 p.m., and he's outside waiting for me. He tells me a really cool smoke spot. I follow him in my car to said smoke spot, and we end up at a gravel lot surrounded by various RVs and trailers. I didn't think much of it because it seemed pretty safe and out of the way from police, etc. We smoke a bit, and afterwards he invites me to his place, and since I was pretty baked, I said fuck it, why not? Dude leads me down a really dark neighborhood and takes me to a house that he enters from the basement that leads into a nice room, except for the fact that there was nothing but a bed and a TV. Did I mention that there were plastic sheets around the TV and near the bed? The hairs on the back of my neck stood up like I was in danger, and when he asked me if I wanted to sit on the bed, I politely declined and said that it was time for me to go home. He then asked me if I wanted to smoke another blunt before heading out, and me being the young fiend I was, I said alright, but I also insisted that it would be outside. He invited me to his car. Now, I was already on edge, maybe from the weed, and when the guy turns the radio on, he turns on some music from the early 1900s, the type of shit you hear in serial killer movies, and starts going on and on about how it's his favorite music. I asked him if he was going to roll it up or not, because I was really only there to smoke before I left, and he hadn't started, so he pulls out the wrap and pulls out a knife. The second I saw the handle, I bolted. I'm talking fastest I've ever ran back to my car. I locked both doors and turned the ignition on before he could even get out of the car. I screeched my wheels peeling out of that neighborhood. Never spoke to him again. I swear I met a serial killer that night, and I just barely managed to get away. What do you guys think? Was I just tripping balls? This took place back in 2014. I was 17 years old and lived in a very small town in Massachusetts. Every night I would take a walk after sundown. I enjoyed it. It was peaceful. Now I understand that this whole setup is inherently sketchy, and walking around town in the dead of night is just asking for trouble. I was a very antisocial person, so I did it every night. I lived on a street about 4 miles long in total, and there would be a few houses every half mile or so, but for the most part, things were pretty secluded, other than a decently sized cemetery that I would sometimes hang out at. The street had about 5 streetlights, and one of them was constantly bugging out and never got fixed. In order to get to the center of town, I had to walk for a few miles, essentially in pitch black darkness. Past the cemetery at the end of the street was a local donut shop, and then the center. I would listen to music in the dark, with a flashlight being the only decent light for miles until I got into town. I would wear this long black pea coat. At one point, I shaved my head completely bald, so that people would think that I was creepy and wouldn't bother me if they were driving down the road that particular hour. The local police were familiar with me, my family, and our kinda messed up background. In 2013, my brother saved me from my dad after he tried to beat me up. He was beaten unconscious, and the police were called. After that, he left, and I haven't seen him since. That's not related to the story in any way. I think the cops realized that I was a troubled kid, but not out doing anything malicious, and they kinda let me just do my thing. I would often go into these weird fantasies where I'm some kind of vampire hunter who had to protect the town from these monsters that came out in the dark. Pretended that I was some parody comic book hero called the Night Lurker who used a weaponized flashlight to fight off evil. It was cringy and stupid, but it was mostly a joke, and I had an extremely overactive imagination. I try not to tell most people about that. What does this have to do with the encounter? Absolutely nothing. Anyways, it was Halloween night. I was on one of my evening patrols, and I just got into the center of town. At the town center, there's a 24-hour gas station called Cumberland Farms. As I was walking up to the store, there was this extremely tall, slightly pot-bellied guy who was dressed like a clown, but his makeup made him look a bit more like Beetlejuice. He was staring at me with his eyes wide open and a toothy grin. I pretty much figured that since it was Halloween, it was just some guy trying to fuck with me, for fun. So I said, "Happy Halloween, man," and kind of blew right past him into the store. I bought myself a soda and some candy, and when I walked out the door, he wasn't there anymore. I continued my walk, put my headphones back on, and forgot about the guy. The whole town center is connected on Route 9 Main Street, and when I wanted to get around town, that was the road I walked on. So as I continued on, I let go of every single bit of common sense I had at the time, blasted my music to the point where I couldn't hear anything else, and just started running on autopilot because I've done it so many times. After walking about a mile from the gas station, there were no cars on the road, and I started to feel a bit uneasy. I looked back, and what do you know, the giant clown Beetlejuice looking guy is about 5 feet behind me, the same expression on his face from before, eyes wide, toothy grin. I also need to paint you a picture of how tall this guy is. He must have been like 6'7" and was towering over me. I'm 5'8". I kind of stopped in my tracks, took my headphones off, and looked at him. He just passes right by me, says, "Happy Halloween," in some weird-ass goofy clown voice, and continues walking down the street in front of me. That's the last interaction I have with him, but I kept my eyes out for him as I continued walking. Last I saw, he went into the subway parking lot and was peeking into the windows of the people's cars. I get that this guy was clearly just trying to creep people out because it's Halloween night and it's fun, but dude waited for me to leave the store, out of sight, then proceeded to follow me down the street when I wasn't paying attention, just to say Happy Halloween and then dip. And I still had the entire length of the street my house was on to walk in the pitch black. Needless to say, I turned the music volume down and consistently looked behind me the whole way home. Very creepy. I started working a part-time job at our local gas station convenience store over the summer of 2016 to earn some extra money while I attended college. When I was hired, I was informed that female employees were never scheduled to work the overnight shifts for obvious safety reasons, which I was relieved to hear. I wasn't so much worried about my safety, but I was concerned about not getting enough sleep before classes. It wasn't long before I found myself dreading the days I had to work though, as the job turned out to be much different than I had anticipated. We were always short-staffed, which forced us to constantly multitask between running cash registers, preparing food, keeping our eyes on the pumps, cleaning, stocking, etc. To make matters worse, the two women who managed the place were awful in every way, and I frequently found myself biting my tongue and talking myself out of quitting. I was especially on edge when they cut our 15-minute breaks down to 10 minutes, as I never seemed to have enough time to use the restroom and smoke a cigarette fast enough. But it wasn't until several annoying encounters with a regular, I'll call James, that I finally started to break. James was younger than me, maybe late teens or early 20s, and he thought he owned the place. Perhaps being the grandson of one of the managers gave him the sense of entitlement to fuck with people there. The first time I met James, he approached the counter to purchase some chewing tobacco. As I rang him up, I asked to see his ID, and he told me who he was related to. I politely asked him again to see his ID because I was new. Another employee overheard our conversation and assured me that he was old enough, so I went ahead to ring him up. Staring at me intently the whole time, he looked down at my name tag and said, "Mindy, that's a pretty name." I thanked him for the compliment and gave him his dip, but he continued talking to me and asked me several personal questions. He wanted to know where I lived, what my last name was, whether or not I had a boyfriend, etc. Meanwhile, a long line had formed behind him, and not trying to be rude, I said something like, "Sorry, there's a line behind you," and I casually motioned for the next customer to move up. But James didn't leave. He simply stepped to the side and continued talking to me and watching me as I rang up each customer. It was immediately uncomfortable and unsettling for me, but I did my best to pretend like I wasn't bothered, even when his persistence escalated and another coworker told him to leave me alone. James soon began to make more appearances after that, the second time being with his girlfriend and another male friend by his side. Yes, he had a girlfriend, and I was very confused when he started flirting with me again, this time right in front of her. But oddly enough, she didn't say a word, so I brushed it off and played along, assuming that he was just a goof that my coworker said he was. But when he sat in the booth with his sidekicks at the back of the store, I could still feel his eyes burning a hole right through me. Over time, I grew more suspicious of James, as I would witness him do and say countless things to hurt others. I knew that he was annoying, and I had learned to brush him off, all in good fun type of humor, like everyone else did. But when I caught him making fun of another coworker to her face, all I could feel was anger towards him. I removed her from the situation by taking her place at the register, as I could tell that she was very hurt and embarrassed by his comments, and by doing so, it was apparent to James that I did not approve. He would continue to cruelly harass this poor girl, and even some of the customers who had came in, but trying to make him stop was like scolding a little child. I didn't lash out at him though, I just began to ignore him. James then started playing these head games with me while I was working. He would take soda and candy, walk outside without paying for it, and then come back in the store and say I forgot to ring him up, loud enough for everyone to hear. One night, he filled his entire gas tank and took off without paying for it, before returning to say he forgot to pay. He knew that he would always get away with it because his granny was the manager. By this point, it wouldn't have surprised me if he was really stealing gas and food from the store. There's something very dark and strange lurking behind his goofball facade, and I avoided him like the plague, though it was nearly impossible to do at times. Then one day, while I was working alone with another coworker, we were very busy with tasks, as usual, when lo and behold, James walks in by himself. I mutter something under my breath, pain in the ass, and I walked straight back into the freezer to finish what I was working on earlier, and then he followed me into the freezer. I didn't know he was there until he walked right up behind me and asked why I didn't greet him anymore. Startled, I jumped up and quickly turned around, grabbing my chest and asking him what the hell he was doing back there. He laughed as I told him I was busy and I reminded him that only employees could go back in this area. He ignored everything I said and instead proceeded to ask me personal questions, just like the first day I met him. "You never told me where you live. I'm curious about you. I just want to know. Tell me where you live." He was moving closer and closer towards me, literally backing me up into the corner of the freezer. "Are you afraid of me, Mindy?" I tried to push past him, telling him to move, but he kept stepping in front of me, blocking my way out. "Not until you answer me." I started calling out for my coworker, who showed up and gave him hell for being in the freezer. I was finally able to push past James, and I made my way to the front counter, where I looked at the clock and saw that it was time for me to go home. I gathered my things and punched out as quickly as I could, but James followed me out to the parking lot. I swiftly got into my car, but James managed to grab the top of my door before I was able to shut it. "Come on, let me see your ID," he persisted. I repeatedly told him no before I found myself practically begging him to let go of my car door so I could get home. Then he grinned at me and said, "Don't make me follow you, Mindy." Chills ran down my spine, knowing how bold of a person he was, and considering the fact that he literally just cornered me in the freezer only minutes ago, I highly expected him to follow through. Threatened by visions of what my drive home might look like, I became angry. I looked at him dead on before shouting, "Let go of my fucking door and stay the fuck away from me." I then grabbed my door handle and ripped the door shut as hard as I could. He tried yanking at the door handle from the outside to open it, but luckily I locked my doors in time. He then continued knocking on my window, asking to see my ID. I started my car and started backing away from him. I turned the wheels and hightailed it out of there, while he just stood there and watched me speed off. I was never so glad to finally get away from him, but I was paranoid the whole time, thinking that he could possibly catch up to me on the road, even though I never saw his vehicle behind me. I would end up quitting the job after this, and I didn't care that the hiring manager was pissed off about it. I had enough of everything, and dealing with James was the last straw. I didn't bother explaining anything to my manager because it was apparent to me that James was probably never held accountable for anything he had ever done wrong in his life, and he likely never would be. I never saw him again after that, and I hope I never do either. James was a jerk, a clown, a joker, but he was also borderline psychotic. So this happened about 6 years ago in a very rural town at a gas station. By very rural, I mean drive over an hour before you even see signs of civilization. I was 16 and needed a job, so I applied and was immediately hired at this gas station. I was supposed to work the night shifts with another coworker, Jules, until I got the hang of everything. The first 3 nights were quiet, 2 customers max each night, and we spent most of our time talking about college. On the 4th night, around 11, we get our first customer, John. Now, everyone in town knew John, for he had some brain damage and was effectively 6. He was pretty big. We both knew John liked Jules and thought he was great. He was sweet and funny. On this night, he had brought in $10 and wanted Snickers and Gatorade, which we gave him. He sat at the table that was out and started snacking while telling us about his new kitten. 30 to 40 minutes later, we get our second visitor, who turned our whole lives upside down. He was a man in his 30s or 40s. He had black hair and a leather jacket. He looked like a greaser. He wanted beer, which was locked up in another room and required someone to get it. Since I was new, Jules went to get it for him. The man said hi to John and me and started trying to strike up a conversation about school. Pretty soon he started to steer the convo towards more inappropriate things, which, since I was a 16-year-old female, I found it weird. He wanted to know if I had a boyfriend, was a virgin, what kind of sex I liked. I silently prayed Jules would hurry up and return, and after dodging his questions for 10 minutes, she did. She gave him his drink and he paid. But he didn't leave. He started talking to her about the same things that he had with me. She was 18, still young, but also older than me. Thus, she was more bold, I guess. She shut him down and asked him to please leave. But now he told us he needed gas, so she unlocked one of the pumps, and he went outside to get his gas. 5 minutes later he returns. It's apparently not working. He asked if one of us could come out and help him. Jules volunteered, but before she left, she handed me the keys. I wasn't allowed them since I was new. She also handed me a piece of folded up paper. On the paper it read, "Lock the doors and keep the lights on." I don't know if this is true everywhere, but where we were, if the gas station lights were on, including the signs and decorations, not just the normal ones, something was up. It was a sign to call the police in my area. She leaves with him and I lock the door, but I stay by the window so I can see them. John joins me and starts asking questions. What's happening? Where's Jules? Who is that guy? I explained the best I could that I didn't know, and that if something happened, we needed to run very fast to get help. It had been about 20 minutes and I couldn't see either of them because they were on the other side of the truck facing away from the window. The worst situations were popping into my head and I started to freak out. But suddenly Jules appeared and I unlocked the door to let her in. The guy's truck peels out and I lock the doors again. She tells me that the guy had grabbed her ass and told her that she could come home with him. Of course, she told him to fuck off or she would call the cops. We spent about 15 minutes calming down and eventually we all leave together. I quit the next morning and got a job in town, but Jules stayed. About a month later, it was on the news that she had been sexually assaulted by a guy who came in late at night. They never caught him, and whenever I go back home, I see her, and we talk about that night. It was the same guy, she's sure of it. She's doing good and has a husband and a daughter. John moved to Cali with his mom and cat. I'll never forget that night though, and now whenever I go to a gas station, I check the lights. This is not the scariest story, but it definitely creeped me the fuck out. For background, I'm a 20-year-old female. I matched with this guy on Tinder a while back. His name was Nick and he seemed pretty cool, so I gave him my Snapchat. We talked a little bit, but it died out quickly. I didn't tell him my exact town I lived in, but the city about 10 minutes away, because it's decent sized and has a big population. I figured he wouldn't be able to find me by just knowing that little bit of information. A few weeks ago he started messaging me and we made small talk. Everything seemed normal for a while, up until New Year's Eve. The day before he messaged me saying he was going to be in my area, the city I told him I was from, and asked if I wanted to meet for lunch. I told him possibly, and that I would let him know. The next night I had a New Year's Eve party with a small group of friends. I spent most of the day getting ready and was not looking at my phone. At 7:30 I finally looked at Snapchat and saw that Nick had not only messaged me, but also called me. "Hey, I'm in your city." I responded telling him I'm sorry that I just saw the message. He opened it up within minutes and totally freaked out. He said something along the lines of, "Just to let you know, I'm not really interested in someone who can't answer their phone when I drive 6 hours just to see her." I looked at it in disbelief, and for a second, I thought he was joking. I responded by asking what he was talking about, and that he didn't drive 6 hours just to see me. He said that we had plans, and why else would he have driven up there? I was confused because we never had plans. He told me that he was going to be in my area, which made me think he was here for work or to visit a friend. It's not uncommon for people to travel here for work. I explained this to him and that we did not have plans, and I did not ask him to drive all this way for me. He told me that he sat around for 2 hours waiting for me and bought me flowers. Again, I was confused because we never planned a time or place to meet and had never confirmed plans. You don't just make plans by just telling someone that you're going to be in their area. He just told me to make it up to him and that I had to drive up to see him tomorrow. Yeah, fuck that. I remember that I had my location shared on Snapchat, so he could have easily shown up at my house. I turned off my location, but kept him on Snapchat in case he tries to show up at my house. Luckily, I have not heard from him since. My dad is a retired police officer and has a gun, and I'm not afraid to use it. So Tinder creep who drove 6 hours for me, let's not meet. We all make dumb decisions in life, but in this case, I was stupid, very stupid. I arranged to meet this guy off Tinder, but because of my heightened anxiety about driving, I arranged for him to pick me up outside my place. I had been talking to him for a few weeks at least, but that's not redeemable, and I know that. The choice I made on this day could have ended me, but thankfully, I'm still around to tell this tale. The guy picked me up in his car and told me he planned to take us out for sushi. I love sushi, so I thought, great. He puts the name of the restaurant into his GPS, and we were off, making pleasant conversation on the way there until I started seeing woods when I looked out my window. I felt very confused. We were supposed to be going into town, not into the wilderness in the middle of nowhere. Fear hit me hard then. He said, "I swear the GPS is taking me through here. I didn't choose this path. Please just take us back to civilization," I said. My eyes were wide and I must have looked like a deer in headlights. His face was really apprehensive, so he must have known that I was scared completely shitless. Oh my god, I thought to myself, I should have conquered my anxiety about driving and met him somewhere in public, or better yet, not met this guy at all. What the fuck was I thinking? I'm gonna get murdered here in these woods. I tried checking my phone to see if I could assist him with GPS, and that's when he said those spine-chilling words, "There's no signal out here." I remember just thinking to myself to try to look calm, don't let him know that you suspect he's onto something. But man, did I feel terrified. The tips of my fingers were cold while I was simultaneously sweating. If he's gonna kill me, Part of me wanted him to get it over with so I wouldn't be left in anticipation. His forehead was perspiring. He kept saying, "I swear I'm not doing this. I'm trying to get us back en route to the sushi place." I said, "I don't care about sushi anymore. Get us to a gas station, anywhere with people at this point." He said, "I don't have a shovel or a weapon in my trunk, or anything if that's what you're thinking," which did little to calm my nerves. We finally reached the restaurant after what felt like an eternity. I'd never been so scared in my life. I didn't have much of an appetite and I was physically trembling when we arrived. I figured he didn't kill me when he had a chance, so I guess it's safe now to continue with our date. I already planned on taking an Uber home because I didn't want to go through that experience again. I was shocked out of my mind when he said, "So when do you think we'll have sex?" I nearly choked on a piece of sashimi. What? I didn't know where this was coming from and didn't know how he could ask me something like this now, on our first date, when he literally made me go pale as a ghost just moments ago. You know, like how long will you make me wait for sex? A day? A week? A month? I stared at him dumbfounded. I couldn't respond because I was utterly speechless in that moment. "Well, I can't take a whole month. I'm telling you now," he said. I didn't say anything and the rest of the date was insanely awkward. I said goodbye and I took an Uber home, and only seconds after the driver pulled out of the restaurant parking lot, he texted me to say that he doesn't think it will work out with me because he needs a girl with a higher libido. I didn't argue. I just text back a simple, "Okay," ready to be done with this man. When the Uber driver drove me home, he did not take me through the same wilderness path of the potential murder site. He took me home through streets, other cars, lights, the sweetest scene to my immense relief. I couldn't help but wonder why my date had to take me through an hour drive through the wilderness to get to the restaurant, but it only took the Uber driver 15 minutes to get me home from the same location. The whole thing was chilling, and I don't know if my date planned on anything sinister or if it was an honest mistake, but I'm glad I made it out alive. I learned a tough lesson that night, one that I should have already known, but I foolishly ignored for some reason. Don't let strangers from dating apps pick you up in their cars. To the guy that took me through the woods, let's not meet again. Back in my single days, I often tried online dating apps. I talked with this one guy in particular. For the sake of the story, I'll call him Tom. Tom and I started chatting after we matched, and it went well, so we progressed to talking over the phone. He had a nice voice, and I liked that he could carry on a conversation, because I always feel sort of awkward with talking to people, and have a problem of running out of things to say. My mind will draw a complete blank when I'm nervous, so having him talking to me on the other end of the line was a nice relief. After some successful conversations, we went on a couple dates in person that were surprisingly very pleasant. We met up at public venues, a couple of restaurants. We both had a background in English, and he was also a writer like me, so it was nice to have those interests in common. Our conversations were easy, in-depth, with a nice flow. I invited him to a function in my community where he introduced himself to my neighbors, friends, and family. They all kind of looked at me like, "Is this your new boyfriend?" raising their eyebrow. I told them no, that we were just friends who were still getting to know each other. It felt too soon for me to call him my boyfriend. But Tom said something different, telling everyone that I was in fact his girlfriend. I had to keep correcting him. I felt a little embarrassed, and I regretted bringing him to the gathering. Overall, we only really dated, I use that term lightly, for about 3 weeks before things started to get really weird. Tom was increasing his number of text messages and wanting to spend a lot more time with me, asking to see me almost every single day. At first, I thought it was flattering. I enjoyed attention and the feeling of being wanted. But at some point, I'm not exactly sure when, it escalated to a really uncomfortable level. I remember just feeling smothered. He would blow up my phone, asked me what I'm doing, but it didn't seem like a normal, "How are you?" kind of way. There was a controlling undertone to the question. When I answered, he'd want to know details about where I was, what I was doing, what time I was doing it at, etc. I considered that maybe he was just feeling insecure, and that he would calm down with some time. Our next big outing, I met up with him and my friend so we could go out to a bar and hang out. At some point though, my friend wanted to leave because she wasn't feeling good. We said goodbye to Tom, and I left the bar to take her home. When I checked my phone after arriving home late that same night, I saw I had a bunch of angry text messages from him. "Why didn't you kiss me goodbye? You don't really like me, do you?" I wrote back saying, "I just had to take my friend home. I didn't know I was supposed to kiss you. Kissing shouldn't be an obligation." "Sorry, I just didn't think about it because I was occupied. Can we let this go? I am tired and I want to go to bed now." He said, "Okay, you're right. I'm sorry. Please don't ghost me, okay?" Or something along those lines. I didn't know why, but I felt really weird and that he was just too clingy, and it worsened from here. Moving forward, whenever I talked to him, it seemed like he would deliberately try to initiate an argument or a fight. I'm not the confrontational type, and this was incredibly energy draining for me to keep up with. "Why does everything have to be an argument?" I asked him. He explained how he grew up in an abusive household, and he was used to members of his family arguing all the time. This felt normal to him. So I explained, "Well, I'm not used to that, and frankly, it's a little scary to me. People in my family talk things out calmly when we have disagreements. We don't raise our voices, jump to accusations, or have temper tantrums." "You're right." But of course, this did not change. I lost the spark. The initial attraction I had for Tom was gone. I actually felt repelled by him now. I decided I just couldn't see him anymore. I felt really sad and guilty for his life situation and the way he grew up. But at the same time, the roller coaster dynamic of our communication was starting to take a toll on my mental health. When I broke up with him, he threatened to commit suicide. I didn't know what to do, so I asked my parents and some of my old psychology course classmates for advice. Everyone advised me that Tom's mental instability wasn't my responsibility and that he needed to go seek help. He kept flooding me with messages on all my accounts, and as mentioned before, he was a writer, so he would send beautifully written, lengthy pleas for forgiveness. I replied with, "I really just need a break right now." But he ignored my wishes and kept trying. At one point, he sent me a photo of his dog, telling me his dog says, "Hi, I miss you." That's when I thought, okay, this is weird and manipulative. So I'm gonna block him. And I did. I blocked him on everything. Phone numbers, social media accounts, etc. When he couldn't reach me, he resorted into some drastic measures. He emailed my parents. Yes, my parents. "Why is he messaging us?" my parents asked me. "This feels weird and creepy." "I don't know," I said honestly. "He's pleading with us to convince you to get back with him. I don't want to get involved with this," my mom said. "I don't want you to get involved either." My parents knew the whole ordeal already because I asked them for their advice when he had threatened suicide. So while having discussed about it, our consensus was to offer no response. They proceeded to block him as well. Next, it was my friend who had gone with us to a bar. Tom messaged me saying that you broke his heart or something. What happened? Did you do something to him? I broke up with him, didn't respond, just blocked him. She obliged, but that wasn't the end of it. Tom reached out to my neighbors. I guess he remembered their names and memorized them all by heart. He reached out to each one of them with a lengthy, elaborate story about how we'd been together for at least 6 months and that we were passionately, madly in love. In the story, he portrayed himself as some kind of victim, like I was a villainess, man-eater, or something weird. I don't know because I didn't read it. What did you do to this poor guy? I kept being asked that over and over again by different neighbors. I was forced to keep repeating the explanation about what happened. "We went out for only a few weeks, a month at most," I said, and advised them to please not respond or encourage him. Honestly, I'm a very private person, so having the whole community know about my situation was deeply humiliating for me. This went on for about a year. I'd have someone tell me, "Tom tried to reach out to me again." There's this one older lady neighbor of mine that actually continued talking to Tom over email, even though I asked her to stop. She said, "But he writes so beautifully, and he's a beautiful dark soul." The whole thing put a rift between her and her husband. A separate neighbor told me that she was afraid for my personal safety. She said, "He seems like a stalker type, like from those crime shows," which didn't do much to help my anxiety. I spent a lot of time indoors for a while after that. I felt withdrawn, insecure, deeply embarrassed, and most of all, scared. I felt like I had to look over my shoulder whenever I stepped outside of my house. I took a long break from dating apps, feeling a bit shaken up from the whole experience. 2 years later, in 2018, he texted me from a different number, saying, "You know who this is? If you still don't want me back, don't respond, and I'll leave you alone forever." Even though he didn't give me his name, I knew it was Tom. Frankly, I was relieved. My first inclination was to think, I'm finally free. Thankfully, he hasn't messaged me, my friends, parents, or neighbors since. I just hope it stays that way. I'll give a little background about myself for my story. I'm a young gay man living in a medium-sized city. The dating scene is rather limited, and most gay people use apps or websites for meeting others for encounters or dates. I frequent websites and apps daily just to see if there's anyone new out there that I haven't already spoken to, yet I rarely actually met anyone from online. The fear of STIs or being robbed always had been in the back of my mind, so I generally browse without ever actually meeting guys. About 6 months ago, while browsing Craigslist, I found an ad that seemed to be somewhat what I was looking for. The ad was by a man a little older than myself who seemed to want the same things that I wanted. He wanted to meet up with a guy my age and get to know each other over drinks, maybe a little cuddle session, whatever else may follow, and not just a quickie kind of thing. After responding to this ad, the guy and I talked for about a month through text messages, without ever making plans of meeting. I finally got the confidence and asked if he wanted to meet. He agreed, and we decided that I would drive to his place, which was about 10 miles from me and out of the city limits. The day we decided to meet, it was getting late, about 6 p.m. The sun was still somewhat out, but it was getting darker. I got into my car and drove to the area where he lived. The guy texted me and said that he'd be walking on the side of the road because he was coming back from visiting a friend, and just asked that I pick him up to go back to his place. He told me before that he had 2 kids that lived with him, but the kid's mother wasn't in the picture. He said that his kids were at a friend's house and would be back later, so we would have the place to ourselves. While making my way to this guy's house, I saw him walking on the side of the road. He was holding a large speaker and covered in a hoodie, which seemed strange because it wasn't at all cold where we live. The road we were on was very much outside the city lines, on a dirt road with random trailers set up every acre or so. I stopped the car and said something friendly like, "Hey stranger, need a ride?" He didn't smile, he just opened the door and got into my car without saying a word. I thought that this was strange because we literally spent months having friendly chats, and I just figured that he would act happy to see me, or at least not awkward about it. After picking him up and making my way to his house, he then tells me to turn around and go back to the main road. He wanted to get a blunt and some alcohol so that we could chill together. So not thinking anything was strange at this point, I agreed and headed back the other way. While I was on this long dirt road with no streetlights, he mentions that the power is out at his house and asked if that would be okay with me. I was slightly thrown off by this, but I said, sure, as long as we have candles or some light source. He didn't say anything, he just kept looking straight ahead, like I had never said anything. I thought, what about your kids? How are your children living in a house with no power? So I asked him. This is where things started to get very strange. He replied, oh, they're staying with their mom for a while. But he had just told me a few days ago that the kids lived with him and the mother was out of the picture. Questions ran through my mind, but I didn't feel like I was in trouble yet. We arrive at the store and he gets out with his face and head covered like he was hiding from somebody. This seemed strange. Then he got back into the car after making his purchase. While traveling back to his place, which was about a 15-minute drive, he then told me I had to sling crack to get money for this so we could hang out tonight. I was very surprised and shocked when he randomly told me this. The situation was getting sketchy, so I asked if he had condoms just in case we decided to need them. He said no, so I dropped him off at another store nearby before starting our journey down the long dirt road. After inconsistent and strange behaviors coming from this guy, I really just wanted to get out of the situation as fast as I could at this point. I dropped him off at the local grocery store to pick up condoms, thinking that this could be my out. I could just drive away and block his number and be done with the situation. After he walked into the store, I was trying to figure out what to do at this point. I wanted to just drive away, but I didn't want to just leave someone stranded. I finally got the nerve to leave, but his huge speaker was sitting on my floorboard. I wanted nothing connecting me with this person and feared that he might possibly say that I stole the speaker. So I got out of my car, ran to the passenger side, opened the door, started dragging out the speaker from my car when I heard, "What are you doing?" It was him. He was right behind me. Fear ran through my body like I had been caught stealing something or lying about a bad grade to my parents. I told him, "Oh, I was just going to move this to the back seat so you'd have more room in the car." Quick save. And he seemed to have bought my horrible explanation. By now he's here, in my car, and my only out is gone. We're driving down the old dark dirt road, and all that's going through my mind is, how am I going to get out of here alive? I'm trying to catch him in another lie to see if this is actually happening, or just my imagination, but I can't seem to get information out of him. He just sits beside me, looking straight ahead, fidgeting with something in his pockets, as though he's on a mission to complete, and I'm just there to bring him to it. After driving about 15 minutes down the dirt road, I noticed that there were no longer trailers. The road was pitch black, only lit up by my headlights. I asked him if his place was coming up, because my navigation said it should be right here, and he tells me, "Oh, the address I gave you was my old business. My address doesn't show up on Google Maps for some reason." Red alert. I start panicking, just knowing that I was about to be robbed or killed in a few moments. I slowed the car down and just thought of anything that could get me out at this point. I told him that my best friend was waiting for me to get back to have drinks with her. I said I didn't realize we were driving around so much and that it would take this long. I'm not sure if he bought the excuse or not, but I told him that I would text my friend the address he gave me so she knows how long I would be out and when to expect me back for our planned night out. He seemed to trust my explanation, but was very irritated. He said to me, "Well, can't we just have a little car fun real quick out here? Nobody lives here, so no one would even see us." I said, "No, I'm sorry, my friend is going to be pissed, and she already called me when you were in the store." I told her that I'd be 30 minutes and be back in time for drinks. I was ready to abandon my car at this point if he pulled out a knife or anything other than a gun, but luckily he just kind of huffed, got out of my car, slammed the door, and started to put his head in the window to tell me something. I quickly hit the gas and turned the wheel, leaving nothing but a smoke cloud behind me. I couldn't see him in the rearview mirror due to the darkness of the night, but I imagined he might have been flipping me off or coughing from the dust plume made by my tires. After pulling myself together and realizing that I might have been the next Oprah story, I called my friend, who wasn't waiting for me, my mom, my sister, everyone that I loved, and told them a slimmed down version of the story that took place. I teared up a little, thinking that I could have almost died, but overcame that pretty quickly. When I got home that night, I decided to pull up the address he gave me. I noticed that about 2 miles down the road, there was one house sitting alone with no neighbors. The road was a dead end. I then used Google Street View and saw that the house was completely abandoned, with no doors and dirty walls. I googled the actual address of the house and found that it had been posted for sale about 5 years ago and was still on the market. I'm guessing nobody wants to purchase a possible crack house. My friend told me later that they imagined that he wanted to get me into the house and do whatever he wanted, since there was no traffic that far down the road. I'm sure that it would take quite a while to find a body that went missing. After all of this, I vowed to never meet anyone from Craigslist ever again, unless it was in a police parking lot. All in all, I'm okay with what happened, but it really brought to light what could happen when you least suspect it. Using a throwaway account, so if my stalker is reading this, he doesn't get any insight into my current life from my usual Reddit activity. Yeah, I'm that paranoid. It's been a very long story, but I feel like I'm doing myself a disservice if I don't write things out from the beginning. I wanted to write about this for a long time. It's such a nuisance of a situation, and it seems like any time I find some semblance of mental peace, this shit comes out of the woodwork to make sure I still remember he's out there. This guy, let's call him Marvin, was in my circle of friends for a bit in high school and my early college years. Late 2000s onward, he dated a good friend of mine, Alice, and we hung out both with her and with other friends. Sometimes we would smoke together, but he and I weren't really close. He had an odd sense of humor, but I was kind of oblivious to the darker aspects of his personality, till he cheated on my friend at a party, according to his close friends, and lied about it. I was protective with my friend, and while I never interfered in their relationships, when my friend asked me for input, I told her she deserved better than to be lied to. To be clear, even his friend said this to her, but she continued seeing him as friends with benefits. We even hung out together in groups, but she mentioned to me many times that he's manipulative. Besides the cheating incident, she told me other instances of him acting callously. Once when he was walking with Alice and her best friend, who he didn't like because he thought she was ugly, they dropped off Alice, and instead of walking her friend home, it was dark out. He ditched her without saying anything. He had a tendency to make silly homoerotic jokes, and this wasn't uncommon with the guys I knew at the time. He had gay friends and didn't have an issue with them publicly, but I remember once, this gay kid had a crush on him and was sending flirtatious comments on MySpace. Instead of just telling him that he's not interested, not actually gay, he flipped out, called him a slur, and viciously insults him in a tirade on his MySpace comment. Things started to get a little messier around 2010-2011. One day, Marvin gets into a car accident with his mom. His mom had some minor injuries. Alice had a great relationship with her, so she visited them. I don't know the full context, but something about the way the interaction went triggered Alice to tell Marvin that she thinks he's a psychopath. Probably the worst thing that she could have done. But alas, out of my control. He's a good-looking, very fit guy, and definitely had some obvious narcissist traits. But I had never really learned much about psychopaths, besides watching Dexter. So when she told me and other friends about what she deduced, it was both eye-opening and a little freaky. We briefly worked together at a retail store, and I saw him getting close to a younger brother of a friend of mine from school who worked with us. He was a chubby kid with low self-esteem and admired Marvin's fitness and confidence. Marvin started working out with him, and the kid would always talk about how awesome Marvin is. Instead of just minding my business, I felt compelled to interject and messaged him one day, just telling him to be careful about letting Marvin get too close, as he can be manipulative. This is among the biggest regrets of my life. Of course, he tells his idol what I said, and while we remained cordial, clearly he knew what went down. He eventually leaves the job, going into hiding after a work scheme to steal big ticket items with the help of several team members, including my friend's brother. Another time, Marvin and I were smoking weed at the house of a friend of mine. My friend, let's call her Diana, very trusting person and an incredible host. I was high out of my mind, and Marvin was kind of schmoozing, being highly complimentary of my friend who hosted us. Again, my stupid nosy protective instincts kick in, and I grin and comment something like, "I know what you're doing." He was probably just earnestly making connections, and I assumed that he must have had manipulative intent based on what his girlfriend said. Alice told me that he's mentioned how I'm too judgmental and opinionated, specifically citing the incident at Diana's house. He also didn't like how he felt like I and our mutual friends were trying to interfere with their relationship. To be clear, I wasn't trying to hook up with this girl. I generally just didn't want to see my friend get hurt. She continued seeing him as a friend with benefits long after people told her to be wary, and at that point, I wasn't spending energy trying to nudge her. At some point though, she did break things off with him for good. The timeline is a little messy here, but in between the above incidents, I got a text from Marvin saying that he took acid and came to the realization that he's a psychopath. He then tells me some sad story about his family and says if he can't make himself become empathetic and feeling things deeply, he'll just kill himself. Being naive and not wanting anyone to die, I tell him that there's plenty of people who just want surface level connections, so he doesn't need to kill himself, just needs to find other people like him. Looking back, I realized no one tells people they're a psychopath unless they're trying to scare them, and he probably told me that because he knew Alice talked to me. He never thought much about her intellect, and he probably figured that I was the one that told him the theory of him being a psychopath. We fall out of touch after their full breakup and him hiding after the incident with theft, and I deleted his number. At some point, we connect on Facebook, and he basically tells me he got addicted to coke while doing criminal business in Europe. He went to rehab and claims a psychiatrist diagnosed him as a psychopath. My stomach sank. I didn't know how to react. I asked him how it made him feel to know for sure, and said it made him aware of his power. He then says he respects me and would never hurt me. I blocked him not too long after that. My last mutual contact with him was him texting me in 2012. The message was vague, "I'm coming." I asked who's this, and he dodges the question to coax me to admit I knew. I asked him what he wants and that I don't appreciate feeling threatened. He told me that I'm so defensive and that he just wanted to say hi. I told him I think it's uncool that he's trying to mess with me because I have a weaker ego than him. He said something strange about how I should never talk down about myself or something like that, and I blocked his number. This was 2012, and since then, 2 or 3 times a year, I would get an Instagram follow request from a new profile he created. Sometimes it's obviously him, and sometimes it will be a weird spam looking profile, but follow mutual and former friends. My heart rate goes up every time this happens. Sometimes I don't block right away because I don't want to make it obvious how much it puts me on edge. I usually keep my social medias on private, but once I opened my Twitter so I could participate in some contest. I kid you not, within 3 days, a faceless account only following a few accounts, my mutual friends of course, starts following me. He's made Spotify accounts to follow me, and Spotify doesn't let you block people. So instead, I just had to restrict what I share. I often thought about starting a podcast, but the whole ordeal has made me hesitant to even raise my profile to the point of being found by him. A friend of ours committed suicide a few years ago, and I'm ashamed to say that I almost didn't go to the funeral in case he would show up. I get terrified when I get calls from strange numbers. I get worried that I'll bump into him when I believe we're both in my hometown at the same time. I don't know what his goal is, and that's what bothers me the most. Is this punishment for me getting involved in his affairs over a decade ago? On the other hand, he's never made overt threats to me. He knows where I lived growing up, and I was there for many years after our last conversation. I spent many nights concerned about strange cars parked outside, but thankfully never had an issue. On the other hand, I don't know what he's capable of, and if he's connected to dangerous people. He's moved back and forth between our hometown and other places several times, and apparently changed his name along the way. My therapist suggests that perhaps he envies my large circle of deep relationships and clearly has issues with his own identity. It's disturbing for me that I'm still in his mind after a decade of not communicating. I keep praying that he finds something else to fill his boredom than making sure that I don't forget that he's out there. My friends have told me it's silly to worry about this, but it's hard when I'm having a good day and suddenly I see an Instagram notification that sucks the oxygen out of the room. I spent 10 years anxious and in fear because of his cruelty, and I honestly wish he kept his word about what he would do if he couldn't find a way to be a normal human being. I believe I was in my 3rd year of university when this happened. I was actively involved in the student organization at my university, and as a result of this involvement, I met a lot of new people and made a lot of new friends. The equivalents of our organization were also at the universities, and we quickly became acquainted with the other students at the other universities all through this network. At some point, I was elected the leader of the student organization and became quite popular because of it. I used to get a lot of requests on Facebook, and even though I'm generally a private person, I accepted almost any request at the time because networking was extremely important to fulfill my role as the leader of the group. We used to host big events, and what better way to promote our events than on Facebook, which was the shit at the time. Instagram and Twitter weren't big back then. We used to make posters and flyers to promote our events, and as a leader, my number was always listed on them so that I could be contacted for ticket purchases. Anyway, it's important to keep all this in mind to fully understand some parts of the story and how I got myself into this mess. One of the friends that I had made through this organization went to a university around 3 to 4 hours away and lived about 4 to 5 hours away. We always talked on Facebook or through text and became quite close, but because of the distance between us and because we went to different unis, we rarely got to see each other unless we traveled to each other's town to attend each other's events. She didn't drive at the time, and I did not have my own car yet. So one day, when she unexpectedly told me that she was coming to my city, I got so excited. She told me that she had something urgent to do in my city, and that one of her friends had offered to drive her here. I was so excited. On the day that my friend was in my city, we arranged a time and place to meet. She told me that she couldn't stay too long because the drive back was long and she didn't want to get back too late, which I totally understood. I was just happy to see her for a few minutes. She also told me that her friend was tagging along because she would feel bad ditching him after he had driven her all the way here. I told her I didn't mind. I never met this friend of hers, but I was excited to meet yet another member from another organization. I've heard of her friend before, but I've never met or interacted with him. Let's call him Sam. When I first met with my friend Zoe and Sam, it was very normal. Sam seemed very quiet and shy, but quite polite and respectful. It was almost like he faded into the background. We met at a beach and he was quite literally in the background, behind us, so sometimes I forgot that he was even there. He and I exchanged some words and some laughs. I was being polite because he was my friend's friend, and he was nice enough to drive her all the way here and back when she needed it, so I obviously thought he was a decent guy. When it was time for them to leave, we said bye, and I thanked him again for being so nice and driving her down because we got to see each other as a result of it. He was super kind and humble about it. I really got a good first impression of him. I don't remember exactly if it was the same day or the next day, but very shortly after this day, Sam added me on Facebook. It was not strange at all to me. We had just met the other day, and I could refer to him as an acquaintance now, so I was happy to accept his request. Besides, I was accepting requests from people I never met in real life, so if anything, this felt refreshing. Now this all happened a long time ago, so I don't remember all the details, but I can recall when we first became Facebook friends. He and I did exchange messages occasionally, just friendly conversation. I think he messaged me shortly after I accepted his request to tell me that it was so nice to meet me, and we talked about Zoe for a bit, about how sweet and loving she was. It was nothing weird. If anything, it just made me feel more comfortable with him. He didn't say or do anything that would have made me feel alert or uncomfortable. After a few of these exchanges, I noticed that his messages to me became more frequent. I thought he and I would just be good acquaintances, and I didn't expect us to, or want us to be honest, talk more than that or get to know each other better. When he started messaging me more frequently and wanting to strike up conversations with me, I felt a little uncomfortable at first. Then I thought maybe he just had a crush on my friend Zoe, and since he seemed shy, he was trying to get close to one of her close friends so that I could put in a good word for him, or maybe even help him ask her out. I was polite and responded whenever I could, but never initiated conversation. I briefly asked Zoe about him once, and she told me that he was just a really sweet, thoughtful guy, and based on how he had driven her all the way, I could see that. I was also happy hearing it from her. Assuming that he did have a crush on her, I thought, nice, she already thinks highly of him. How cute. I envisioned a cute love story for them and felt excited to potentially play a part in it. My God, was I wrong about the whole thing? During one of our conversations, Sam told me about a song or something that interested me and asked me for my number so that he could send me a few links because they were on the phone, and it was just easier that way. Again, I didn't think anything of it. I don't know exactly when things shifted, but I believe it was shortly after getting my phone number that the tone of the conversation with Sam changed to being somewhat flirty and personal. At first, I thought I was just misinterpreting his kindness, but eventually it became difficult to misinterpret. He started making a lot of comments about my appearance, giving me compliments. I felt uncomfortable because, in my head, he was my friend's future boyfriend. That was a very unexpected turn of events. I started questioning his intentions, and because I didn't want anything to become ugly or escalate further, I just started responding to him less and less, and when I did respond, I'd just be polite and brief. This seemed to pique his interest more because he began messaging me more and more. He was mostly texting me now. I am a nice person and I tend to give people the benefit of the doubt, but at the same time, I can get really annoyed with people who don't understand or respect my boundaries, and in that case, it's really difficult for me to fake anything. This happened with Sam when he kept messaging me, giving me compliments despite the fact that I pretty much stopped responding, or sometimes just responded to long paragraphs with, "LOL, thanks." If this was a random person, I would have told him off a long time ago, but because he was still my friend's friend, I decided to not go off on him and just hope that he takes the hint and leaves me be. Things kept escalating. One day, I think he messaged me 10 to 15 times in a row, talking about, "I can't stop thinking about you. I really wish I was in your city so I could take you out. I want to know you better." Even though he had made some remarks and had gave me compliments, he had never been this direct, so it caught me off guard, especially because he sent me so many messages. I read my messages and felt really uncomfortable. To really make you understand how I felt, I should have mentioned earlier that this organization was a cultural organization. It wasn't religious by any means, but I liked that there was a certain type of respect that was expected from members towards each other, so that we could all enjoy events and each other's company. As a leader of my branch, if you will, I was really big in maintaining the type of respect that was expected from members towards each other, and we did not tolerate any kind of disrespect. So the fact that this man was making me uncomfortable hit me on so many different levels. I decided to give him one final chance to redeem himself by letting him sit with the fact that I read his messages, and he could see that I did, and I did not respond to any of them. I almost hoped that he would get mad and block me or something. He didn't. The next day, he started sending me more messages. and becoming increasingly creepy by talking to me as though we had been in a relationship for years. He was saying things like, "Babe, I miss your lips," or "I miss you so much." Dude, we just met once and talked for 10 minutes total. I felt like he had officially crossed the line, and I snapped. I straight up told him, "Sam, I'm not sure that you realize this, but I'm not interested in you in any romantic way, and unless you can respect that, we can't be friends. You're making me very uncomfortable, and I'm not sure what's going on with you, but I really hope you respect me enough to stop this nonsense talk." Or something like that. You know what he said? "Oh, come on. Why are you gonna play hard to get?" He officially pushed me over the edge with that comment, and I officially no longer cared about being nice or about the fact that he was my friend's friend. He was utterly disrespectful, and I didn't even think my friend should be friends with someone like that. I was definitely gonna let her know. After he made that comment, I just said something like, "You need help," and deleted and blocked his number and blocked his account on Facebook. I felt relieved after blocking him and was mad at myself for not doing it sooner. I thought that this would be the end of it all, but unfortunately, I was wrong. A few days later, I got a Facebook request from a profile without a picture and with a name that I did not recognize. But again, that wasn't uncommon, so I accepted the request. The more people I was friends with, the more exposure we'd get for our events. I thought it didn't matter to me much since I barely posted anything personal on my Facebook profile anyway, being aware that there are a lot of people on my profile now that I didn't really know. The owner of this profile sent me a message within minutes of accepting them. I saw it much later that day. The message was from Sam, saying that he was sorry that he crossed the line and that he never meant to offend me, that he was really serious about me and was hoping I would give him another chance. I was so mad when I saw this because I hate when men don't understand a message that was very clearly articulated to them. I knew that this was just another sorry attempt on his end to reconnect with me, as if we had a fight, not realizing that there was nothing between us to begin with. I never wanted to talk to him again. I blocked his account as well, without even responding to his message. Since I don't remember the details, I'll just summarize the parts I remember. Over the course of the next few weeks, Sam made multiple fake accounts and sent messages with more creepy, inappropriate comments. He also texted me from a few different numbers, always begging for my forgiveness, as if I was just mad at him. He clearly did not understand the extent of my disinterest and disgust of him. What I do remember vividly, and the part that freaked me out the most, was the last interaction I ever had with him. On one of the days when he messaged me from an unknown number, he started the message with the usual crap about missing me and wanting to get another chance, etc. But then he sent me a screenshot of his phone homepage with a selfie of mine being his background picture. He sent it with a message that went something like, "You look like a movie star and I can't stop staring at your face. So I had to make you my background so I can look at you all day, and I've even showed all my friends what you look like." The fucking hell, what? This freaked me out because 1. I never posted that selfie on social media before. 2. His absolute disregard for my rejection was becoming scary, making me feel like there was some kind of delusional disconnect in his brain, which made me feel like I actually had no idea what this man was capable of. Also, even though I don't know if he was telling the truth, it really creeped me out by the idea that his friends were sitting around just looking at my picture, a picture that wasn't even meant for the public eye. It wasn't a sexual picture or anything, but a picture that I had never posted anywhere. I stared at his picture for what felt like forever, trying to think clearly and wondering what to do. I had already used words, but those didn't work on him. I decided to message him saying, "Sam, you are being an absolute fucking creep. I have told you many times that I'm not interested in you, and you have continued making me feel uncomfortable. I want you to delete all the pictures you have of me immediately. I know a lot of people at your university, so if you have my pictures anywhere, I will find out. And if I get another message from you again, I will be reporting you to the police for harassment. I don't ever want to hear from you again. Leave me alone." Although, saying that I would find out if he had any pictures of me was complete BS, because there's no way of me actually finding out unless he flaunted them to people. The fact that I was popular and knew a lot of people made me feel comfortable in saying this because I knew that he would assume that it was true. I did not hear from Sam again after this and decided to message Zoe and finally tell her all about this. I had meant to do it sooner, but each time, I thought I would save him from embarrassment by giving him a chance to act right. At this point, I considered him creepy and unsafe and wanted to warn Zoe. I told her all about what happened and the phone screen background and everything. Zoe was absolutely appalled and apologized over and over again for introducing us and bringing him into my life. I assured her that I was not mad at her whatsoever and that it was not her fault in any way. Suddenly, she went quiet, and although we were on the phone, I almost feel that she became pale. I asked her if everything was okay, and she responded with a shaky voice telling me that there was an incident a few months ago when a girl that they knew through the organization had told her that Sam had asked her on a date in a similar persistent way. She found it charming for some reason and agreed to go on a date with him. Apparently, he had been nice the entire time until he had gotten her alone somewhere and pushed her up against the wall, trying to kiss her. When she rejected him, he became aggressive and tried forcing himself on her. The girl had said that she tried to get away, but he held her against the wall forcefully, trying to touch her in places she definitely wasn't comfortable with. Luckily, someone had walked by them at this time, forcing him to let her go, and she made a run for it. Zoe told me that this girl was someone who loved drama and was known for always exaggerating things and always being a bit of a boy who cried wolf kind of person. So no one took her too seriously when she told her story. After hearing what I said about Sam, Zoe suddenly had the realization that the girl might have been right, and it hit her like a brick that Sam was really that kind of creepy, low-life person. She cut him off immediately and I think reached out to the girl, apologizing for not taking her seriously, asking her how she was doing and if she wanted to talk about it. As far as I know, she's good friends with that girl now, and everyone cut Sam out of their lives and the organization. Sam, if we ever meet again, I'll give you a piece of my mind. I don't know if this belongs here, but I guess it's creepy enough to share. This probably happened to many people, but maybe we just brushed it off and didn't think nothing of it. Well, it's happened so many times, I don't think it's a coincidence anymore. I can literally have an organic thought or idea, and seconds later I see an ad for it. There was no discussion of it prior, no text messages, no notes or words logged into any of my devices. It's 100% in my mind, an internal thought, and then seconds later, scrolling through my social media page, I'll see an ad relating to it. In this instance, I was thinking about buying a new desk for my studio. Then an ad for a studio desk appeared. So weird, it's so damn creepy. It's like a scene out of Black Mirror. Has this ever happened to you? So this took place when I was in high school, and I decided to search up my last name and then .com. I wasn't expecting for a website to pop up, but it did. The website was a page about a person with my dad's name. I thought it was a coincidence, and there was a picture, and it wasn't my dad. But the more I read through the page, the more real information I found out about my dad. At one point, it said a town in Europe where my dad was born, and I've been to too. All the information is lining up with my dad's life, but he knows almost nothing about websites, and the picture of the person is not my dad. It's really creeped me out, and I don't know if someone was doing it as a joke or anything of some sorts. Back when dial-up first became popular, I was 11 years old. Harry Potter had just taken the world by storm, and I was hooked. I mean, seriously obsessed. Late night release parties at Barnes & Noble, dressed up as a character, etc. My parents had child settings on different AOL functions. One of these were the popular chat rooms. I was glued to these in my free time. Now, our computer was in the living room in plain view of my parents, who would randomly walk by or watch TV and grade papers a few feet away. Sometimes I would meet someone interesting in the chat rooms and we would start a private conversation on AIM, AOL Instant Messenger for you young folk. Usually it started with ASL, age, sex, location. The first two, age and sex, I would be honest, but the last, I would always lie and pick a state I found interesting at the time. Once I was messaged by someone from a Harry Potter chat room. Before even asking any Harry Potter related questions and trading info, he asked, "Are you single?" I said yes. I wasn't really allowed to date yet. Keep in mind, he knew I was 11. He asked if I would be interested in an older boyfriend. I said maybe, but it depended. He asked if 32 was okay. I stared at the screen in horror. I felt sick to my stomach and yelled for my mom. She came over and gasped and told me to block him. We reported him to the chat admin. I wasn't allowed in chats anymore at that time, but I didn't want to go near them anyway. My mom contacted AOL customer service and explained, nicely to put it, how their child controls were crap and like live bait to pervs. Hell is bad vibes. Today's stories are on kidnapping. Joining me today are a group of very talented female narrators. They will be reading one story each and I'll be reading the rest. Timestamps and channel links will be in the description. Please subscribe to all the ones you enjoy, as it will really help them out. And sit back, relax, and enjoy. When I turned 9, my parents finally let me start walking to school. It wasn't far, and even though they were worried, I assured them that I'd be fine. I was so excited because my best friend lived next door, and that meant we could walk to school together every day. Things were going great for the first few weeks, and we had so much fun laughing and talking all the way to school and back home. There was this liquor store along the way that we would stop at on the way home to get snacks and candies, but only on Fridays. It was our little secret and the thing we looked forward to at the end of the week. One Friday afternoon, we began our walk to the liquor store, talking about school as usual. It was just like any other time we went to the store. We would rush in laughing all the way to the candy, pick our favorites, and hop in line to pay. This time there was a man with a pack of beer, and he looked like he worked in construction or something. He was in line before us with another man, but when he saw us, he let us go first. We thought he was just being nice, so we happily obliged. And as I talked to the cashier, my friend stayed behind me. I could hear the two men speaking in Spanish and laughing, so I turned to look and see my friend with a nervous look on her face. She grabbed my arm after I paid and practically pulled me out of the store. I kept asking her what was wrong, and she said she didn't feel safe and we should run home. I was confused and I wanted us to enjoy our candy on the way back like we always did until she told me what she had heard. I don't speak Spanish, but she did, and apparently the two men were talking about me. She said that one of them pointed to me and said, "She looks like the one." They both laughed and agreed, and the one with his beer said, "Let's follow them so we can grab her around the corner. She's small and won't put up a fight." I froze in fear. We were still in the parking lot of the store and we didn't know what to do. We looked around us and saw the two men getting into a big work truck. They didn't even glance our way, so I told my friend that they were probably joking and we were just paranoid for being scared. Boy, was I wrong. My friend didn't agree with me and said that they were definitely serious and we should start running. I was hesitant at first until I turned around and the truck was right behind us. I took one look at my friend and we grabbed hands and ran as fast as we could. Our hearts were racing and we didn't dare turn around. We were both crying and I ended up dropping my bag of candy. We turned the corner and there was the truck My heart dropped. The man in the passenger seat hopped out and began to approach us. He didn't say a word. His eyes were just locked on me. I have never been that terrified in my life. I was frozen in fear. My friend, however, started yelling at the man in Spanish, and he seemed to get angry. There was a busy road to the left of us, and it was our only way out. We knew what we had to do without even saying it. We didn't look left or right, we just ran for our lives across traffic. A car almost ended up hitting us, but they slammed on the brakes and started honking. We just kept running until we were a block away from our houses. We were out of breath and hysterical. We thought we had made it until we heard a whistle. There was a truck. The men were on the other side of the street, windows down, whistling at us. We had no option but to run as fast as we could to our house. My mom was in the front gardening, and she was shocked to see us running and screaming. We couldn't get the words out right. All we managed to say was that there was a truck following us. My mom immediately ran to the street to see the truck peel away. As soon as she calmed us down, she called the cops to take a report, but nothing ever came of it, and I was never allowed to walk to school again. So I think I almost got kidnapped today. I can't even believe I'm typing that. I had finished work early on Friday and was excited for the weekend. I left work around 3:30 p.m. and started walking to my car. It was about a 1 kilometer walk to my car, and you have to go down this creepy alley that's about 200 meters long. So just before I got to this alleyway, this man out of nowhere said, "You're so beautiful," and I was straight away creeped out. But he was walking in the opposite direction, so I just kept going. Then, about 50 meters down this alley, I turned, and I saw him there walking like a creep, just staring at me. So I started walking faster, and then he started speed walking. I can't really even explain it. At this point, I just sprinted, and then he sprinted. I didn't think, I was just glad that I had my keys already. Luckily, I got into my car and started it, and just went. He stopped running then. But I just feel empty. I cried a lot on the way home, and then took a shower because I felt dirty, but now I feel empty. This story is from a while ago, in my past. I'm a female, and at the time, I was 14 years old. My mom dropped me off at the local mall during the day to meet up with some friends. My friends had not arrived yet, so I continued on by myself and window shopped a bit. For context, I grew up in an area with plenty of human trafficking, only a few-hour drive from the border. As I was walking down the rows of stores, this man in his mid to late 20s approached me and struck up a conversation. It was polite at first, flirty. He mentioned how beautiful I was and how attracted he was to me. For additional context, I was right in the middle of puberty, starved for attention, and in a very awkward phase of my physical appearance. This man kept complimenting my appearance and eventually grabbed my hand. He kept saying that his family lives in California and he wants me to come live with him and his family. He was mentioning marriage and how much his mom would love me and how much I would love California. At this point, I knew something was off, but my meek self couldn't figure out how to say no and exit the situation. The man's tone started increasing in urgency when he was asking me to come with him. He really wanted me to come to California with him, despite me being half his age. The man said, "You have to come with me right now." At this point, I didn't like that he had a hold of my hand. I said, "I have to go, my mom is going to be here soon," and I bolted into the nearest store. I never saw the man again. Did I call the authorities about this? No, but I should have. Did I tell my parents about this? Of course not. I wouldn't ever be allowed to go to the mall again if they knew this happened. I live in a small city. We are a college town, but otherwise pretty boring. Yet I've almost been kidnapped 2 times, and both times were saved by sheer luck. The first time was when I was in elementary school. A friend and I were walking up the road that ran along our apartment complex, headed to a gas station for some snacks and drinks. It was near sunset, but not nearly dark yet. A van pulled up next to us and started slowing down. There were 2 men in front and 1 in the back. My friend noticed before I did and pulled out her flip phone. They weren't common at this point. The moment she pulls it up, the van takes off and out of there. The second time was only a few years ago, in my early 20s. It was about 3 a.m. and I was walking home on what would have just become a Tuesday because we held D&D Monday nights and it usually ran late. The place our dungeon master lived was 2 blocks down from my house, so typically I wasn't worried about the walk. I got about a block away and I hear a garage door open loudly behind me. The particular house it was attached to had a boarded up door and several boarded windows. It certainly didn't look like anyone lived there. Then I start to hear footsteps behind me. Not very fast, but I wasn't far away, so they could easily outpace me with my small legs. Then, out of nowhere, a truck pulled onto the road. They stopped and turned on their brights, basically stopping my follower in their tracks. They watched and made sure that I got home safe and wasn't followed for the rest of the way home. One of the scariest nights of my life by far. Years ago, when I was 18 or 19, I went to an anime convention with some of my friends and we stayed at a hotel that was tucked away from everyone else. The road was set up in a T-junction, with the longer part connecting to the main road. On one side being our hotel cluster, and the other side was pitch dark that went under a bridge and didn't look like it had an end to it. Some of my friends got lost trying to meet me midway, so I decided to walk to the main road instead, which was about a half-mile away, because this area wasn't too well lit, and once I made it to the main road, they would be able to see me better. So I'm on the side of the sidewalk, going in the direction of traffic, if there had been cars out, but it was 11 at night, and at this time, this hotel wasn't well known, so there were no cars on the road. As I'm walking horizontal from the hotel to get to the intersection that would take me to the road to connect me to the main road, a white van pulls up beside me and starts slowly driving along with me. There's a man in the front seat, and he asks me where I'm going, which is of course the main street. And I let him know that I'm heading over to the gas station in the corner. The sliding side door opens and there's another man in the car. The back seats were all completely removed. The back portion of the van had a vinyl flooring or something to that effect, and a white, hard outdoor plastic chair sitting in the back. Both men kept asking me where I was going and if they could give me a ride, and how it wasn't safe out here, and that they could give me a lift to the shop that I needed to go to. It was super fortunate that after the first minute or so, some cars came down the road, and one of the cars slowed down and started flashing their lights. I then crossed so that I was on the opposite side of them and proceeded to run to the gas station without stopping. The mental imagery of that van showing up and the interior will never leave my mind. What in the actual fuck? Me, my best friend, her girlfriend, and my boyfriend were walking home from dinner and stopped at a 7-Eleven. My boyfriend wanted a couple of beers, so we waited outside while he got what he needed. As we were outside, I noticed a girl with a backpack walking around the parking lot. She walked up to another girl who was on the phone, and the girl on the phone said to whoever she was talking to, "Yeah, I'm a homegirl here, 1 second," and proceeded to tell the girl to sit in the car occupied by a large man while she went inside. I noticed the male and the girl looking at us from the car while the other girl was still on the phone inside. I specifically noticed that the male said something and pointed, and the girl laughed at us while looking at us. Here's where things get sketchy. The girl in the car gets out of the car and comes up to my friend. She asked her if she has a pen and paper. My friend tells her that she has a pen but no paper, and we didn't have any either. Here's how the conversation went after she retrieved the pen. "Where do you live? The trailer park behind here?" "No, but nearby." "Oh, okay, my grandma lives here." Where do you work? My friend tells her where she works. Oh really? I know that place. My sister used to work there. What's your name again? You look familiar. My friend gives her name. Oh yeah, I knew you looked familiar. My friend had never seen her before and gave a slight chuckle. Then the girl says, how far until you're home? At this time, my boyfriend came out of the store. The moment he did, the girl instantly wrapped up the conversation and quickly retreated back to the car, saying, well, thanks for the pen, not even returning it, nor did she write anything the entire time. She also kept trying to touch my friend. I did notice that, specifically at her wrist. The girl also had a hospital band on. I also noticed that the man watched us the entire interaction and said something to the girl the minute she opened the car door. He seemed frustrated at her. They watched us until we walked off a minute or two later. Then they proceeded to sit in the car for at least 3 minutes. At least that's how long it took until they were out of my sight. Probably longer since they made no effort to pull off. Is this sketchy to anyone else? Has someone heard of this type of thing before? I'm especially worried as my friend doesn't have a car and walks everywhere. Second post here, starting to feel more comfortable sharing my life experiences. One morning around 7:30, pre-pandemic, I decided to go to Walmart to get some necessities before the crazy weekend Walmart frenzy. It was fairly empty at this time on a Saturday. I went dressed in a giant Pink Floyd tee and jean shorts, some boots, no makeup. And I'll say this now, I've been mistaken as a high schooler when I was actually 23 at the time. So I'm minding my own business walking down to the shampoo aisle and I see a creepy older man standing on the right. Didn't think much of it, just passing by him. As I passed him, he grabbed my arm and said, "Hey, let's go get coffee." This is the first time something like this has ever happened to me, so I was shocked and said, "What?" His voice was distorted and I thought that he had some speech or mental problems. He kept repeating the same thing while pulling me forcefully until I snapped out of my shock, took his hand off of mine, and yelled for him not to touch me and to leave me alone. After I walked away, I walked into a random aisle to see if he would follow me, and sure enough, he did. My anger got the best of me, and I screamed so loud for him to stop following me. I found the manager and told him what happened, and even he was freaked out. He let all the employees know, and I had someone escort me to my car. Ladies need to stay alert and safe, and don't have to be polite towards people like this. He probably thought I was younger than what I was or something. Not sure what would have happened if I went to get coffee with him. Stay safe, everyone. Now this is pretty tame compared to all the other stories here, but it wasn't until recently, at the age of 20, that I realized that I was probably almost abducted. The details are short since I was very young, and I think I blocked out most of it. I was about 6 or 7 playing outside alone. I grew up in a very safe neighborhood, so it wasn't uncommon for me to play outside unattended. I was drawing on a sidewalk with chalk when a car pulled up beside me. It looked like it was a middle-aged man, saying, "Hey little girl, come here." And I stupidly stood up and walked over to see what he wanted. He goes, "Do you like puppies?" Of course, what little girl doesn't like puppies? So I said yes, and he goes, "Well, I lost my puppy, and I've been looking for him. If you come with me to help look, you can pet him when I find him." I was like, fuck yeah, and go, "Yeah, let me ask my mom if I can come," and turned around and bolted towards the house to go ask, because I knew I had to ask before I went somewhere. But I heard him speed off, and my stupid brain went, he must have seen his dog ahead. And then I just went inside. I thought of this recently and realized that this man's motives were not innocent here. When I was 6, I went with my mom, uncle, and grandparents to the airport. My grandparents were taking an international flight. This was in the late 80s, so this meant we were allowed to walk all the way to the gate and wait for my grandparents right before they boarded the plane. Times have changed, and this is no longer allowed. My mom was sitting with my grandparents having a conversation. My uncle was off getting coffee somewhere. Being 6 years old, I became bored of sitting and started wandering off a little. My mom called me to her and gave me the stranger danger talk and how I needed to stay with them. My attitude was, yeah, whatever. Again, my mom got distracted by my grandparents' questions and I began to wander off again. I peeked my head and looked down the hallway. There were people coming and going. Less than 15 feet from me, I saw a creepy man, long brown hair to his waist, dressed in black leather head to toe, beard and a mustache. He was about to open a door, which I'm assuming now was a bathroom. As he's opening the door, he looked right at me and waved his finger for me to come over there. I immediately thought of the conversation my mom just had with me a few minutes ago, plus this guy looked evil, so I immediately turned and ran back to my mom. I said, "Guess what, Mom? A stranger was trying to take me. You were right." I don't remember her taking me very seriously. She was helping my grandparents with their tickets and wasn't paying too much attention. When it was time to leave, I took a quick peek down the hall and he was gone. I think to this day what would have happened if I went to him, if my mom didn't talk to me about strangers just a few minutes before. I know that this wouldn't have turned out good. I was about 8 or 9 years old walking home from my best friend's house back to my home. A guy pulled up beside me wearing a police uniform. Seemed totally legit, but who knows. But he was driving a super shitty sedan, like one of those old Buick-like boats. He was really aggressive and assertive, telling me to get in the car, that I need to go with him right now. He told me that my dad was in the hospital and sent him to get me. My mom was in an accident, but he is here to take me to her. I totally lost my cool, felt super sketched out, and I burst out crying. This guy shouted at me to get into his car. I panicked and just started sprinting all the way home. I get home and my dad is watering the garden, cool as anything, and I'm completely losing my mind, absolutely hysterical. He calms me down, hears the story, and calls 911. He gives him the description, and sure enough they catch a guy with a 13-year-old girl in the back seat who he managed to talk into going with him. Some background to this. I'm an 18-year-old female and I live in Sydney, Australia. I was 15 at the time. I went to the local beach by myself and was just sitting there suntanning. I had a podcast going, ironically, about a murder case, and I had my sunsies on. The beach is probably 1 kilometer long and I was in a very quaint and quiet part. There were a group of 2 boys about 50 meters away from me, but that was about it. So I'm laying there when this man walks over. He seemed to be about 30 years old. He starts talking about how I look beautiful in my red bikini. He had a very thick accent, and I just said, "Oh, thanks," and he sat down next to me. I had an instant gut feeling that something was wrong. He starts talking to me about how he's a tourist and kept trying to get to know me. I gave him some advice on bars around, but he said, "Aren't you still in high school?" So he obviously knew I was young. Anyway, this went on for 20 minutes, and he started talking, practically begging for me to come over to his house for a few drinks. I kept saying no and was looking for a way out. This group of girls around 20 years old walked near me, and I say to the man, "Oh, that's my cousin Lisa." I immediately ran up to them and said that I'm only 15 and I don't know this man. I told him that you're my cousin. Immediately, they gave me hugs, saying they haven't seen me for so long, etc. They told me to come sit with them and to grab my bag and towel. The man immediately walks off. Honestly, I'm so thankful that the girls caught on. The man was just extremely creepy, constantly commenting on my looks while knowing I was young. Edit, I may have overreacted by immediately thinking that I was going to be trafficked, but I do think something shady was up. This happened back when I was 10, and now that I'm older I realize how scary this actually was for me. One Sunday after church, my mom took me to get some coffee at Starbucks. When we arrived, I asked my mom to let me go alone to order because I wanted to be all grown up and learn to do it myself. With a lot of persuading, my mom lets me go in. She parked right in front and had a full view of me the whole time through the front window. Once in, I wait in the long line. Almost immediately after getting into line, I feel a tap on my shoulder from behind. I turn to see an older man, about mid-40s. He says to me, "You look familiar. You look just like my niece." I thought that maybe he was old and just being nice, so I responded and told him, "That's cool." I turned back around to continue in line, but then he asked me if I was alone. That's when I get a little spooked. As I'm about to say no, an angel of a lady came over next to me and said, "Do you know this man? Are you okay?" I told her no, that I didn't. She turned to the man and told him to stop talking to me. She asked if I was with someone and I pointed to my mom outside. She then stayed with me until I got my drink and then walked me out to my mom. My mom knew what happened after the fact, and until I got older she never let me go in alone again, understandably so. It's pretty freaky to think about it now that I'm older and have a better understanding of the world. To this day, I'll never forget that lady who watched out for me. Growing up, I was terrified of kidnappers, hearing about them all the time, and how they would target little kids mainly for their organs. I'm male and was 10, living in Athens, Greece. It was a normal morning walk to school, and I was about to cross the intersection. Then my school would be 2 minutes of straight walking. As I'm about to cross the intersection, a woman approached me. She was pretty tall and wearing a brown coat. I could tell that she was of Russian or maybe Ukrainian origin by her accent. Anyway, our conversation went like this. "Where are you going?" "To school." "Your school's not that way. Come, I'll take you to school." Then she proceeded to grab my hand. I immediately started running towards my school, and thank God the light was red for the cars when I crossed the road. As soon as I crossed, she yelled at me to come back and that my school isn't that way. Then a stop driver saw what was going on and yelled at her to leave the kid alone. I never looked back, I just ran straight to school. Later that evening, I told my parents what happened, and I never asked about the topic again. We live in a cruel world with people like that walking among us targeting kids. My case was broad daylight and on a busy street too. I hope no kid has to experience something like that. When I was younger, around my freshman or sophomore year of high school, I used to walk to school often, and I liked getting some sort of exercise before school started. One morning in winter, it snowed, but school wasn't called off, so I walked there anyways. While ice isn't the ideal condition for me to walk, I had no way to get another ride. It was about halfway there when a minivan pulled up next to me and the driver rolled down the window. It was some middle-aged lady giving me a friendly smile. "Do you need a ride to school?" she asked. I shook my head. "No thanks, I'm already halfway there, and I don't live that far away." I was always taught to never trust strangers, even if it were a condition I'd rather get a ride in. "Are you sure? It sure is slick out. I just came back from dropping off my son, so it wouldn't be a problem." At this point, she was slowly rolling her van forward while I walked. I kept calm, gave her a friendly smile and shook my head. "No thank you, ma'am. I appreciate the offer, but I'd rather walk." Luckily, she gave up after that, waving and saying goodbye before pulling away. While it's totally possible it was a friendly mom who didn't like to see other kids walking in the snow and ice, it really creeped me out at the time. I wasn't willing to take the chance, and even looking back on it now, I feel good about my decision. So when I was 10 or 11 years old, I was with my nephew going to get groceries for his mom. When we were on our way, we saw a lady crying and asking people for help. My nephew was going to the lady to ask her what was going on while I stayed back waiting for him. Apparently, her son got kidnapped and she was asking if we had seen him. So while the lady was explaining things to my nephew, a car drove next to me and asked if I wanted to get into the car. I obviously said no, but when I looked closer at the car, I saw a kid crying in the back seat. All of a sudden my nephew yells at me, "Run!" I was scared and me and my nephew ran as fast as we could. The car kept chasing us until, thank God, we made it home safe. What I think is that the lady told my nephew that her kid was inside that car. Kinda crazy. P.S. We came home without the groceries.